Good morning, everyone. We will be beginning the session in 5 minutes from now. So I request you all to please take your seats.
उसके पास कैसे गया मतलब क्या मालूम नहीं मेरे को नहीं दिया और तो मेरे मोबाइल से निकाल के लिया होगा जब पुण्यावरनं आल्यानंतर आज घरून आपलं दहा मी घेतला मला मला पण पाहिजे ना खायला घाली बोलत तू एकटाच खाला का मला बोलत त्यांनी पिठे मला नंबर लागला तर लागला काय बोलला त्याची पूर्णच उतरवून टाकायची
Welcome and good morning, everyone. We'll begin the session in next 2 minutes. Respected guests, speakers, delegates, and my colleagues, A very good morning to all of you. I, Dr. Tarini Puri, am delighted to welcome you all to Voice of Healthcare's 8th International Healthcare Conference in association with Medical Fair India. We are thrilled to have you all here today to discuss the latest trends, challenges, opportunities, and international collaborations in the field of healthcare. Building on the success of our previous editions of the Voice of Healthcare International Conference, the 8th edition has been carefully curated by keeping in mind the feedback received from our previous events. This conference aims to provide a dynamic platform for thought leaders, healthcare professionals, and industry innovators to converge and catalyze transformative change in the global healthcare landscape with the overarching theme of innovation, integration, and impact. Our goal is to foster meaningful discussions and collaborations across diverse facets of healthcare. It provides an opportunity for healthcare professionals from different countries and regions to come together and learn from each other, ultimately leading to improved healthcare outcomes for people around the world. Today, our eminent speakers will be sharing their insights on topics such as hospitals of future, medical value tourism, global medtech innovations, cross-industry collaboration, and CSR in healthcare. We will also be hearing from representatives of various organizations who will share their perspectives in the current state of the industry and its future direction. In this year's conference, we have taken the initiative to recognize our industry delegates as well. I will be throwing some audience questions before each panel, and whoever wishes to address them may feel free to do so. Towards the end of the conference, we will be recognizing the most proactive delegates by handing out a token of appreciation. On this grand collaborative event, we are extremely grateful to be supported by country partner, Australia, supporting partner, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry, United Nations Global Impact Compact Network India, hospital partners, Noble Hospitals, SP Medifort, Hira Mongi Navneet Hospital, knowledge partner, Frost and Sullivan, associate partner, Mversity, academic partner, DY Patil University. Now, before we start our discussions, I would like to have a brief introduction about Voice of Healthcare through a video. Can we please have the video, please? Let us now begin with our inaugural session. In an era marked by unprecedented global challenges and advancements, the landscape of healthcare stands as a pivotal arena undergoing constant transformation and adaptation. As we navigate the intricate web of healthcare policies, investments, and innovations, it becomes imperative to explore the intricate interplay of global perspectives that shape the future of this crucial sector. In this discourse, we delve into the topic of the inaugural panel, Shaping the Future: Global Perspectives on Healthcare Policies, Investments, and India's Role in Excellence. With this, I would now request our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Shri R.P. Singh, IAS, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceutical, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Dr. Daksha Shah, Executive Health Officer, Municipal Corporation, Greater Mumbai. Mr. Sanjay Jha, Secretary, Voice of Healthcare, and Board Member, HealthQ. Mr. Christian Grosser, Director, Medica, Compromed, Portfolio Health and Medical Technologies, Messe, Düsseldorf. Mr. Rajiv Nath, Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Device, and former Coordinator, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. Mr. Abdul Ekram, Trade Commissioner, South Asia, Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Chairman, Voice of Healthcare, Healthcare Delivery Specialist, Harvard Business School. A very hearty welcome to all of you. I would urge the audience to welcome our stellar inaugural panel with a round of applause, please. Now, commencing the inaugural session, I'd like to invite Mr. Sanjay Jha to deliver the opening address for the conclave.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm welcome to 8th International Healthcare Conference hosted by Voice of Healthcare. It's indeed an honor to stand before you today as we embark on this enlightening journey of exploration, collaboration, and innovation in the dynamic landscape of healthcare. Our theme for this year's conference, Innovation, Integration, and Impact, resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities that define the current state of global healthcare. In these unprecedented times, the need for innovation has never been more pressing, and the importance of seamless integration across healthcare system is paramount. But most crucially, our focus must be on translating these advancements into tangible and positive impacts on the lives of individuals and communities. At VOH, our mission has always been to be the voice that resonates through the corridors of healthcare, advocating for inclusivity, accessibility, and excellence. This conference serves as a testament to our dedication to fostering dialogue, promoting collaboration, and driving the change that our global healthcare ecosystem desperately needs. During the day, we will delve into a spectrum of topics ranging from latest advancements in medtech to innovative care delivery models, with a keen focus on achieving meaningful and lasting impacts. Esteemed speakers, thought leaders, and experts from various corners of healthcare landscape have gathered here to share their insights, experiences, and vision for the future. I would like to thank my co-panelists, Dr. Naveen Nishchal, our visionary chairman, VOH, Christian Groscher, Director of Medica Compamed Portfolio Health and Medical Technologies at Massey Düsseldorf, Rajiv Nath, Managing Director of Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited and Forum Coordinator of the Association of Indian Medical Device Industry, Abdul Akram, Trade Commissioner of South Asia at Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Dr. Daksha Shah, Executive Health Officer at Municipal Corporation, Greater Mumbai, and Sri Ravindra Pratap Singh, IAS, whose distinguished service as Joint Secretary at the Department of Pharmaceutical, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, is truly commendable. As we navigate these discussions, I encourage you all to engage actively, ask questions, and challenge the status quo. Thank you for being a part of this transformative journey. Let us inspire, learn, and collaborate for a healthier and brighter tomorrow. I declare the 8th International Conference officially open.
Thank you, Mr. Jha, for your kind words. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to deliver the theme address for this conclave.
Thank you very much, Tarini. Respected Chief Guest, Mr. R.P. Singh, Mr. Rajiv Nathji, Mr. Sanjay Jha, Dr. Daksha Shah, Mr. Abdul Ikram, Christian Grosser, Thomas Litt, Dr. Rajesh Shah, fellow speakers, industry colleagues, and our audience listening to us live through various social media handles. A very, very, very warm welcome on behalf of Voice of Healthcare on this 8th International Conference. Theme of the conference, Innovation, Integration, and Impact, is appropriate this time. We are innovating every second, every minute, every hour, and we are changing the world we want to see. Einstein once said that this world is a product of our imagination. What we imagine, we create. Everyone is busy in innovating in his or her own field. Integration and collaboration are important part of today's life, and we use collaboration at every level. The term competition is obsolete. Collaboration is new buzzword. Earlier, companies used to compete, but now businesses collaborate. Talking about impact, I think if you are in healthcare, you are already creating an impact by default. By default, you are creating an impact. You do not know how many lives you are saving, how many lives you are touching, whether you are making a drug, whether you are making a device, managing a hospital, treating a patient, you are already creating an impact. Let's take an example. Our Joint Secretary is here. While he's taking a decision or making a policy, that is also making an impact of our life, patient's life. Let's take an example of Mr. Rajiv Nath. Every syringe he makes, he touches one life. And that too, not only in India, but all over the world. I think everyone who's sitting in this gathering and working in healthcare, you are already making an impact. I will take this opportunity here to talk about Voice of Healthcare a bit. Voice of Healthcare started as an industry connect platform, but over the years, we have grown into different verticals. We collaborate with all stakeholders of healthcare, be it pharma, medical device, providers, policymakers, health tech. health insurance, medical education, and beyond. We collaborate with everybody. In our second vertical, we are a media network where we disseminate latest updates, latest news about healthcare, both B2B and B2C. Under umbrella of Voice of Healthcare, we also run Voice of Healthcare Incubator, where we mentor healthcare startups, especially those who are creating impact. So in our first cohort, we have 4 healthcare startups, and we are coming up with next cohort by early June, where we'll mentor 8 to 10 startups. We are coming up with another vertical where we'll be providing healthcare services to underserved community, basically in rural India and urban slum. To conclude, we have a long day to go, and we have some fantastic speakers and some wonderful sessions. I hope you will enjoy all these discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nishchal, for your words. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Christian Grosser to deliver the special address for this conclave.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, respected members of the healthcare community, Namaste and a very welcome to the opening session of the Indian Voice of Healthcare and the first day of Medical Fair India. Together, we gather at a time when the Indian healthcare landscape is undergoing remarkable transformations, driven by a synergy of technological advancements, policy reforms, and evolving healthcare needs. India stands at the beginning of an outstanding growth in its healthcare industry, with the market size expected to reach $50 billion by 2025. India is among the 20 top markets for medical devices globally. This growth is fueled by a compound annual growth rate of 37%, showcasing the immense potential and opportunities that lie ahead. Approximately 80% of medical devices sales in India are currently imported, indicating a significant presence of multinational companies in the country. With the Make in India initiative by the government of India, is fostering the development and manufacturing of domestic medical devices, equipment, and pharmaceuticals, with the aim to reduce the dependency on imports, encouraging self-reliance, and promoting innovations within the healthcare sector. The future of healthcare in India is undeniably promising, but it requires seamless collaboration among various industry stakeholders. It is in the spirit of collaboration that Messe Düsseldorf, with its long legacy of excellence, is proud to host this year's Medical Fair India, India's flagship healthcare exhibition. With over 360 companies from 16 countries and special pavilions and conferences, including the Make in India Pavilion, Clean Lab Expo, Future for Health Pavilion, Rare India Pavilion, Smart Hospital Conference, and this Voice of Healthcare Conference, we are honored to bring together healthcare professionals from various medical and healthcare sectors to be the premier platform for the Indian healthcare scene. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants, organizers, and partners for their support and commitment to advancing healthcare excellence. Together, let us make Medical Fair India 2024 and this Voice of Healthcare Conference a surrounding success and a catalyst for the transformative change in the Indian healthcare landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grosser, for your kind words. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Rajiv Nath to deliver the special address for this conclave.
Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Mumbai. You can have the presentation coming up. Thank you. So we've heard about India being the pharmacy of the world. We've heard of India being very strong in IT. We've seen good progress in products like mobile phones and toys in the last few years under the Prime Minister Modi's Make in India scheme of things. And thanks to Department of Pharmaceutical Support, Niti Aayog, DST, DBT, Ministry of Health, we're going to be seeing in the next few years a scenario where now medical device is going to be the next big thing story after all these stories. About IMET, we have only two simple objectives. One is making India, and second is making it responsibly, ethically, fairly. We provide the bridge between buyers and sellers and see collaborations between companies all over the world and India. We welcome imports as long as imports are value added and provide quality-based competition for us to aspire to and improve and go up the quality curve. But what we see over here definitely is that India has been import dependent. Nearly 70 to 80% of the medical devices of the country are imported. You can see the graph has started to slow down. With the government policies coming into play, we are very hopeful it will start dipping. And in fact, when I was showing the graph to the Secretary Department of Pharma, he showed me his version of the graph. And he said, we've already have one achievement which you have not shown over here, that the ratio between exports and imports has already started going in India's favor. So that's our exports, which is going up year on year, 15% steadily year on year. And because of this growth of exports and Indian products becoming more globally competitive, they're going to find the ratio of net imports or the trade imbalance reducing over the next few years more drastically. These are the kind of imports which we get from the top 5 countries in the world, whether it is Germany, USA, Holland, Singapore, or China. This shows the basket of imports for these countries in the 7 main product categories, whether it's disposables, consumables, electronics, IVDs, instruments, and implants. And this shows it over the last 5 years' time. Interestingly, the percentages have remained pretty much same over the last 5 years. And similarly, you'll find for our exports, the percentage over the last 5 years have remained the same. Of course, the pies have become bigger. And this is what you can see over here is the red is the imports and blue is the exports. And we would like to see blue rising faster and covering more area and space than the red bar is over the next decade. So in India, we've now created a few champions who've broken the glass ceiling and they are now recognized worldwide, whether it's in the field of disposables or consumables, electronics and equipments. These companies have become brand names in the medical fraternity in India and also internationally and raising brand India worldwide. Similarly, in the case of implants, you'll be surprised to note that for many products, India is the top 10 manufacturers worldwide. People normally think we are good only to make something like consumables and syringes and needles. Yes, okay. We are the top 3 in the world for syringes. We are the top 3 in the world for needles. Not only as an industry, by company alone. But we also have, I would say, the top 5 position for the industry for products like intraocular lens in implants, orthopedic implants for trauma, and also stents. Similarly, for diagnostics, India is again coming to be in the top 5 in the world collectively, and also in terms of instrumentation. So watch the space. You'll have sectors increasingly where you'll find India is going to be the top 10, then top 5, and individual coming forward over there. So it's not only going to be things like syringes and gloves or condoms, You're going to find it increasingly more for products like instrumentation and high technology products also. The Department of Pharmaceuticals, GST, DBT, Niti Aayog have individually and collectively over the last few years come forward with very favorable policies and some wonderful Make in India achievements. Whether it is providing in certain product categories the right kind of tariffs which are required to make business viable, or creating medtech parks, two of which are very successful in the last 5 years alone in Visakhapatnam and Hyderabad. 4 more are coming up in the next 2-3 years in near Delhi in Noida, in near Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh, in Himachal Pradesh, and in Chennai, and another 10 more in the fray. You've got medtech parks in Kerala, in Goa, one coming up at Aurangabad. West Bengal wants one, Bihar wants one, Haryana wants one, Rajasthan wants one. So, in the last 10 years, if nothing else, medical device as an industry has become recognized, and every state government knows there is a huge potential away that needs to be tapped. And if the right policy framework are available from the central government, definitely there's a huge amount of industry that can be exploited both for India and for the international markets. Schemes like the PLI scheme definitely incentivize manufacturing, and schemes like having common clusters and the PRIP scheme coming forward in terms of R&D development will also help R&D innovation going forward. Last year was the first year when the government announced the Make in India Medical Device Policy 2023 as a national policy, and they put forward 6 main strategy points for a common vision, and the common vision was even one step higher than what we as IMED had proposed. From IMED, we wanted India to become a medical device hub as the top 5 manufacturing hubs worldwide. And the minister said, no, we want to be right at the top. Why only in the top 5? So definitely more work to be done, but that is a vision with what the government wants and the country wants. We have to work to achieve that. So the strategy for streamlining regulations, what we seek is a separate decriminalized law for medical devices. If for foreign exchange, we move from a draconian criminal-based FERA to a civil-based FEMA for foreign exchange irregularities, if you can have TRI as an autonomous regulatory body, if you can have FSSAI for the food industry as an autonomous regulatory body, we need something similar for India, which is a national regulator who has command over the various state regulators and has homogeneous equivalent regulatory environment all over the country in a very professional manner, corruption-free, system-based, where manufacturers can operate without fear, innovators can develop products without fear, and then you can have, if something goes wrong, more of a civil-based penalty system like you have in most countries in the world. Similarly, to make business viable and to develop infrastructure and to attract investments, policies are required to attract and make business investments profitable in the country by reviewing the tariff score over here. Similarly for R&D and similarly for regulatory mechanisms. When we talk about skill development, it starts from the teacher itself. If the teacher has the right knowledge, the students will also have the right knowledge. So first and foremost is to make sure that our regulators are the ones who are professional auditors and have the right knowledge. So when they go around the factories and demand improvements from manufacturers, we strive to fulfill what they need, not only for what they need, but what the world needs. So our regulations need to be at par with the global best. The Medical Device Promotion Council has also been established. Our next steps are to make it functional so it carries the brand India flag abroad. So not only that we have exhibitions like this in India, but we have stronger exhibitions of Indian exhibitors outside of India. And finally, we need a more monitoring and coordinated effort for all this implementation of the policy. And collectively to achieve that, this is our goal. This is what we're working with Invest India. This is the target and the blueprint that we created with him. And we work on various conferences with various industries all over the world. Later this month, we'll be having a conference with the Indian embassy in Russia and the Russian industry or counterparts. And typically, this is our game plan, asking the people not only to export to India, but to invest in India, to have collaborations, to have joint ventures. And if we can have these kind of collaborations, say 1,200 collaborations over the next 5 years, 200 joint ventures over the next 5 years. Later on, you'll also find the larger players also coming into being when they find the ecosystem thriving. So let's start with the lower hanging fruits, and the big fruits will come later on. Together with this, we can drive a bigger industry for betterment of mankind, not only in India, but globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nath, for such an informative presentation. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Abdul Ekram to deliver the special address for this conclave.
Good morning, distinguished guest, Mr. Singh from the Ministry of Pharmaceutical and Fertilizer, Voice of Healthcare, Mr. Rajiv Nath, and the audience presence here. It's an absolute pleasure and honor for Australian government be the country partner of this amazing conference. I see I represent Australian government based out of the Australian Consul General Office in Chennai. I, as a diplomat, I cover the healthcare sector, but I've been lucky enough to be in this sector while as in onshore in other regions since last 12 years. So this conference is for me is to learn and also reconnect. I met Messe Dusseldorf. I missed that. We used to have a big Australian pavilion in Medica, I think until 2014. So we used to go there, a big contingent of Australian medical device companies. But coming to India, and few things you mentioned, even the conference theme about integration impact. And this is where exactly, my role from Australian government's perspective to work with Indian industry and also policymaker and see how we can create a cross-border impact. End of the day, our goal is to facilitate the industry and academia collaboration so that we can continue to innovate and we create a better patient outcome. And healthcare is borderless, and we have seen during COVID time how countries work together not only to roll out the vaccine and manufacturing vaccine, but the development and fast tracking of vaccine. So that showed the possibility that collaboration can bring and how we can translate those innovation and making them available for the patients and bringing them to the bedside. From the Australian government perspective, where we see the synergy and similarity between Indian industry, I was mentioning about the Australia-India Free Trade Agreement, the interim free trade agreement, which is now 18 months old. I'm very pleased to see that since the enactment of AI ACTA, that Indian pharmaceutical export to Australia has doubled in the last 12 months. It's now around $360 million, but there is a huge possibility that India will help Australia's capability and also supply chain in the key areas of pharmaceutical and healthcare sector. When I started my role 2 years back, I looked at and see what are the Australian innovations, what are the Australian technologies are impacting everyday Indians here. And when I looked at the success of the cochlear implant and how they are helping Indian kids coming to a normal life, that gives us immense pleasure that a novel Australian innovation impacting thousands of Indian lives, Indian kids, and their livelihood in last 12 years. I also see the Australian company ResMed, the role they play during the COVID period, especially the ventilators and with the CPAP machines, especially in the sleep apnea and the digitization they are focusing in India market and the continuous development having the huge Indian patient data, how it is contributing to their global device development. I think this is where India's power and India's role in the global drug and pharmaceutical development I see is very complementary to us. Australia is a small country, a population of 25 million. I was talking to Daksha that your greater Mumbai corporation has a catchment of 12 or 13 million population. But yes, we have a small population, but it's very challenging because it's a continent. It's a huge, diverse population, and also geographically, it is so big that sometimes you will have a town of not more than 1,000 population, and the nearest tertiary hospital probably 1,000 kilometers away. So how we deal it? So we have to be innovative to deal with this healthcare problem and challenges, so that we can give equitable access to every Australian, including our indigenous population. So we are very much focusing on the digitization of healthcare. We are encouraging industry, academia to come up with digital solutions so that we can offer healthcare anytime and 24/7. I've seen in last 12 months, my team, our team leader of healthcare, Sangeeta, is here. At least 10 to 12 Australian companies established in India, mainly in AI side. And the slogan and the theme of from the Australian government and Australian industry is ideas and design in Australia, manufactured in India, validation and manufactured in India for a global launch. I'm very pleased to see one of the AI company in last 12 months, they recruited close to 100 data scientists. It's an AI solution. And their idea was like, this is our global development center. And we are here not only to serve India, but also to further develop our product for their global launch. They're serving the global market out of India for innovation center. And I know Sangeeta is telling me another, around 8 to 10 companies are in the pipeline as well. So yes, I've been seeing in the medical devices also some of the companies are looking at the special economic zones as well, including AMTZ. I know we hosted AMTZ a couple of times in India. So this is where, as a government, we try to open up what are the opportunities, how we can facilitate those companies who try to scale up using India as a platform, how we can, becoming cost effective but also impactful using the huge health population data available in India as well. From Australian government perspective, we incentivize R&D heavily. We've got one of the largest medical research endowment fund, $20 billion medical research fund. When we announced, it gives us around $2 billion funding for our academia and industry to discover, to translate, and then to commercialize. So in terms of India and Australia's complemented, I see if you are from incubation, acceleration, and commercialization, it's very complementary to what we offer. What India offers in terms of acceleration and commercialization, Australia, we don't have it. We don't have the market, and we don't have that, VC capital there as well. So it's even like this gives us a great platform to understand the scale of Indian medtech industry, so that I can go back and explain to our industry and come and have a look and explain and collaborate. So I really appreciate the organizers to organize such an impactful event. And I hope our team, Sangeeta, can spread the message and see next year we can bring a number of Australian companies in addition to Cochlear, ResMed and others to come and participate and look for partnerships. On that note, I wish you all the best. I also encourage you to visit Australia and collaborate with Australia and make an impactful healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ikram, for your words. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Daksha Shah to deliver the keynote address for this conclave.
Esteemed dignitaries on the DS, all the fellow participants, the distinguished industry leaders, and all the partners from the pharmaceutical industries as well as the equipment industries. It's mine for the first time to be, part of this mega fair. So it's my privilege, and I actually want to learn a lot of things from here. I'm coming from a public health background, so I just want to talk a little bit different, from the previous keynote speakers. Before that, I would like to thank VOH for inviting me as a keynote. So before I begin, let me tell you, I was very excited to see the theme. The theme is innovation, integration, and impact. We cannot progress without the innovation. We cannot integrate or we cannot sustain without integration. And the third most is, without the impact, we cannot think of bringing change in the lives of the common people. And here comes the partnerships and collaborations. So through the partnerships and collaborations, which are the important core principles of this 3I, and these are the key wheels. Now, as we move on to the One Health approach, I'm sure you all have heard of the One Health approach, which whole world is moving in. It is not just the well-being of the human being, but we have to think of the well-being of our environment, surrounding to us, all the animals, plants, and of course, our whole planet. So the One Health approach is actually integrating, it is all interconnected, and it is the ecosystem in which we have to work. And now, as we all know, that we have so many challenges. It is not just the health, it is the climate change. It is the pollution, the environment and the water pollution, the food insecurity, so many things, antimicrobial resistance. So we already have an existing issues and challenges in the healthcare, where we need to work on the healthcare and provide the best of the healthcare to the last mile in the community. But at the same time, the challenges are ever increasing. If you look at the transition of the mortality pattern worldwide, it's going towards non-communicable disease. The deaths due to the cardiac ailments are ever rising. And this is all urbanization, changing our lifestyle, our choices, our food choices, and ever increasing stress in our daily life. Now, this is all kind of so complicated and interconnected that when we are talking about the changing health, and of course, the equipments, this all plays very important role, but we need to think and work on a bigger way. And here comes the role of not only the governments, but all the private players. As we know that during the COVID, we have seen the gaps in the healthcare system across the countries, not in India, across the countries, we have seen the gaps in the healthcare system. And post-COVID era, it has become more and more important to put our focus into primary healthcare. Why primary healthcare? Because we have to ensure that the healthcare is available, accessible, and affordable to the last person in the community. So whatever advancement we are talking, whatever hi-fi things we are talking about, it has to reach, it has to translate into improving the health of the people. And that is why we need to have a robust and a very sound healthcare system. Being the part of the healthcare system from the government side, I'm very happy and I'm very proud that I'm working day in and out with whole my team and collaborating with so many partners in Mumbai. So what do we need to do to improve the healthcare system? Of course, the building blocks of the healthcare system, one is your working force. So develop and capacity building of our working force, making them aware of such advances. That is most important thing. Second is, of course, bringing and making sure the availability of all these products, the innovations, the diagnostics, vaccine, drugs, all these to the people and to the community. Then is the information and communications. How do I, as a person, from a healthcare officer, know about these things? So, of course, the information and communications. Of course, there are company representatives who come to us in our busy schedule and we just listen to them. Half of the things we understand, half we don't. So, how do we have this information and communication reaching to so many stakeholders? And, of course, the community. Then increasing budget. Without the budget, can't do anything. Of course, the government of India has now taken care of it. The GDP is like almost, we are spending 2% of the GDP on the healthcare, which is a good thing. And then for all these to realize in real sense, we require governance, we require leadership and advocacy. So we need to develop the leaders in every walks of life, be it the healthcare, be it the industry and all, and we need to collaborate, of course. And of course, the right mindset and right attitude. We need to align our goals We need to put in efforts to actually focus on patient-centric care. So here I am to just little bit throw some light on the government side. What are the different initiatives of Government of India? I'm sure Sir is here. Sir has already talked about the new, policies which is encouraging, which is actually inviting so many industries. I would like to throw some light on some of the initiatives which you all know, which touches upon the health. That is Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, a big hit. The Skill India, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Fit India Movement, the Yoga International Yoga Day. Then the millet year has been declared by Honorable Prime Minister, and more focus on nutrition is now also going, because these are all kind of risk factors and these are the certain things which affect our health. And then the flagship program is Ayushman Bharat. I'm sure you all have heard about Ayushman Bharat. Yeah, maybe some of you not. But Ayushman Bharat has two components. It's a flagship program, mainly to ensure that the vision of universal healthcare in the country is being implemented. So these have got two components. One is to strengthen our health infrastructure. So this is through the urban health centers, the Ayushman Arogya Mandir. So we have 15 lakh plus, which is already established and it is upgraded. So in Mumbai also we have somewhere around 200 plus such primary urban health center, and it caters to 50,000 population in slum-like areas. And these are basically to deliver the healthcare, the primary healthcare, which is a comprehensive. It's not only preventive, promotive, curative, but rehabilitative. It includes all NCDs and mental health. So Government of India and all the governments, we are implementing this universal health coverage through our health centers. The second most important is PM Jai Yojana, that is Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, where 5 lakh rupees insurance has been given to all the individuals in the community with orange ration card. Now it is extended to everyone. Now with this, we are having a coverage of 5 lakh rupees for secondary and tertiary care hospitalizations with empanelment of private and public sector hospitals. So this is how the landscape is evolving. And of course, the feather in the cap is ABDM, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So this ABDM is actually aims to cover the entire digital infrastructure, that is the health digital infrastructures, and it has got 3 parts. One is you give an health ID, the unique health ID to you and me, everybody. So we have an ABHA ID. So now we are creating in Mumbai also, we are giving cards, and almost 78 crore cards has been already given to the people of India. And ABHA ID is like, I have a unique ID, a card, I go to a private sector, public sector, across my data can be fetched. Then health registry, that is the health center. The hospitals also has to register and get an ABHA ID. Healthcare professionals, be it from the public sector or private sector hospital, laboratories, everybody has to register and get this ABHA. And then the ABHA app. So the patients also can have their own digital records. I can see my records wherever across I can go. And then appointments, bookings, and the VCs and all that. Now, going through all these programs, which Government of India and we in public health, we are implementing, we are also focusing on communications campaigns, community participation. Without the community participation, nothing happens. So right from people in the slum to the people at the non-slum areas, that is high rises, when we implement program like dengue control, let me tell you, the dengue is not just the problem of the slums. Most of the dengue mosquitoes breeds in our backyards because we are not aware where the dengue mosquito breeds. It's all the clean water. So we have to engage the community, all walks of people, all walks of life. So it be a corporate. So we have a corporate plan. We have a 5-step dengue control program in Mumbai. So it is like a workplace intervention program. So all the corporates are involved. Then there is women's groups. There are self-help groups, NGOs, CBOs, and banks, and so many people who are partners in our programs. This 3I, I just want to say that in real sense, we are implementing in Mumbai. Since I'm from the BMC, I just take this opportunity to introduce the 3I, how we have integrated in our program. You might have heard about the tuberculosis program. So tuberculosis program, we have patients who leave the medicines. It's a 6 to 9 months treatment with patients stay. It is always a uphill task to ensure that every patient completes the treatment. And especially if the patient is from private sector, they cannot afford after 2 to 3 months, they leave the medicines and they become resistant to tuberculosis. So we had this project with Gates Foundations. We started in 2014. And with the help of Gates Foundation, we have developed this model where we engaged the private sector physicians. So in Mumbai, almost more than 150 private physicians, MBBS, Ayush doctors are being on our panel, or I would say they are through our MOU has been the part of our program. We've engaged the private sector. We've engaged the private pharmacies. We studied the business model. That is, if a pharmacy sells a TB medicine, how much is the profit? So he earns somewhere around 100 to 150 rupees per month. So for the 6 months, he gets say 600 rupees. So we ensure that we reimburse those amount to the pharmacies. So he has to keep the medicines from the government supply, which is one of the best quality supply ever in the TB program. And this common man does not know. Maybe many of you doesn't know. So we have developed this business model along with the Gates Foundation. 2014 to 17, we implemented. So this was the innovations. Then we integrated into our healthcare system by pitching in the funds from the government of India under NUHM innovations. So we got the funds of whatever crores into this program, and we started integrating in our health system. And it was a new project. Nobody wanted to work. The first question is, Madam, ye kyun karna hai? This is a new work. Going to a private sector, getting those patients, ensuring everything. So we enrolled all our staff into that, integrated the entire project in our own working system. And now after 2018, we are having 25,000 patients who are notified from the private sectors. Mumbai notified somewhere around 60,000 patients in a year, the two classes. Now this 25,000 to 30,000 patients come from private sector. We ensure the free X-rays, we ensure the free diagnostics of molecular diagnostics and free treatment through the pharmacies. And all the physicians are happy because their patients get free treatment, and we do not fetch the patients into public sector. The patient remains in private sector. So it's kind of a win-win model. It's a business model. So it has been a successful, it has been implemented in a whole over the country now, and when the World Bank has some funds which has been given. So this is called as PPI project, the Public Private Interface Agency, and the PPAM project. And I can just talk on and on. There is a Cure AI project which we are doing, where artificial intelligence is being now instituted in all the peripheral hospitals of Mumbai, where we are reading the chest X-rays, the non-TB chest X-rays, almost around 1 lakh X-rays in last 1 year we have integrated through AI system. And we have diagnosed more than 1,500 TB patients, through these X-rays, and we have linked them to the TB program. So these are like so many programs, like 99 DOS, checking the adherence of the patients, whether he has taken treatment every day or not. So the patient gives a missed call to the system. We are already using this digital platform, for adherence mechanism of the patients. We have video calling also. So the patient takes the medicine, he gives a missed call to the system, and in the morning or afternoon, I get to see all 30,000 patients in Mumbai that are taking treatment or not. So this kind of innovations came from the partnerships with the certain international organizations, the global funding, and then we integrated into our program. So this was 99 dots, and in addition to this, we have so many other partnerships, PPP in Mumbai, like we have dialysis centers. So we have PPP, we have premises which we get it in BMC, and almost 32 such premises we have given it to the private partners, and they are actually getting benefits under MJPJY schemes where for day-to-day running. So the premises is free. The investment are from the organizations, philanthropy or the whatever, the charitable organizations. And for the dialysis, it is free to the patients or at the very minimum rate. So again, a partnership with the CSR or with the, organizations and philanthropies. The next I want to say is the COVID. During COVID time, we have one of the best partnerships. We have developed a molecular lab, and we have this whole genome sequencing, which is there in the Kasturba lab of Mumbai. And we had the partnership or the CSR funds from 80 Chandra Foundations. Also, we got from Illumina the whole platform, and now we are running it through the BMC funds and everything. So this was kind of a partnerships. I can go on like UNICEF, WHO, CDC. These are all partners. They are knowledge partners like Bloomberg and Healthy City Initiatives. They are providing us the data analytic unit. Now we have integrated into the BMC system. So I think I just want to summarize by saying that even the government, even the BNC and the local health bodies are very, very keen on improving the health of the community. And at the end, in this era of Make in India, our collective vision of Viksit Bharat and Arogyam Kutumbakam, we have to collaborate, we have to strengthen the partnership with the public sector, private sector, and across the industries. At the same time, we have to foster this mechanism that is institutionalizing this change management. And of course, ensure the sustainability of the business and the profits of everyone. So with this, I think that together, through this collaborative efforts, we can pave the path towards a healthier and more prosperous Bharat. Individually, we all are just small drops, But if we come together, we are the oceans. So with this, I thank all of you for listening. And I wish all of you a very successful 3 days of conference. And I hope I'll be able to go around and meet some of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, for such an impactful talk. Now, with great honor, I'd like to request our chief guest of this gathering, respected Shri R.P. Singh Sir, to address our audience.
All the distinguished panelists for this inaugural session, all the participants, a very good morning to you all. At the inauguration time, I think I have already told about the government schemes and the initiatives. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers and Messe Düsseldorf for organizing this great event, and with a mix of exhibition and conferences where different themes of the health sector like medical value, tourism, the smart hospitals, rehabilitation care, and even the responsibilities of the non-governmental sector under CSR, the initiatives which the private sector can take. I think it's a very unique combination of the display of new innovations, technology, opportunity to network, and to also hear from the experts about the developments. I think the speakers have touched upon different aspects, so I would not like to talk much about medical device sector or the initiatives from the government side. I would just like to summarize. It was very nice to hear from Dr. Nishchal about the voice of healthcare, the kind of awareness generation it is doing, the kind of initiatives it is taking for affordability, and the way it is organizing these conferences. It's very encouraging. It was encouraging to hear from Mr. Jha about the objectives of this conference, and from the Messe Düsseldorf side, Mr. Gosser, about the conference and about the exhibition. Mr. Rajiv Nath touched upon the Make in India efforts. He also highlighted some of the important needs of the industry. And from the Department of Pharmaceutical Science, I would like to say that we are working in very close coordination with the industry bodies, and we are trying our level best, be it in terms of policy, be it in terms of different schemes to promote the medical device industry. And our greatest thrust is how to bring about ease of doing business, which is the objective of our Honorable Prime Minister also, Shri Narendra Modi ji, how the ease of doing business can be brought in, how the Make in India initiative can be taken forward. The theme of the conference is very apt, being innovation, because innovation is the key. Government is supporting the effort for innovation through the promotion of research and innovation in pharma and medtech scheme. There is going to be a session which is going to get organized in one of the pavilions. I'm very happy that the industry and the academicians, they will be able to know about the schemes and see how it can be successfully implemented. Dr. Daksha Shah talked about the integration aspect and very important aspect of One Health, because ultimately whatever medical devices are being manufactured, it has to gel with the health systems, it has to gel with the needs of the patient's care. And BMC being such a big body and implementing health programs at such a large scale, I'm sure that the experiences which he shared would be very much helpful for the industry and other stakeholders. Mr. Abdul Akram from the Australian government, he highlighted the importance of collaboration. It was very heartening to know that how the imports of pharmaceuticals are increasing. At the same time, how through industry collaboration, through collective research and development, both the countries can benefit. I'm sure that the medical device industry also will benefit from his interaction, and we will have better opportunities, more opportunities available. So on the whole, I'm very happy to be here, and from the department side, I would like to congratulate the organizers, and I would like to convey that whatever deliberations are held here from the department side, whatever support is required, we would be very happy to take ahead the suggestions and provide the requisite support. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate all the dignitaries for this session. Respected Shri R.P. Singh, sir. Mr. Christian Grosser. Mr. Rajiv Nath. Dr. Daksha Shah. Mr. Abdul Ekram. Mr. Sanjay Jha. I now request the dignitaries to please stay with us for a group picture. I would once again like to thank our speakers. Can we please have a huge round of applause, please?
रेकॉर्डिंग ऑफ करो हाँ जो है हाँ सब ऑफ कर
Let us now move on to the first session for today. In the ever-evolving landscape of healthcare, the paradigm shift towards digitization has ignited a revolution that promises to redefine the very essence of medical institutions. As we stand at the threshold of a new era, the focus sharpens on the transformation of hospitals into hubs of innovation, efficiency, and patient-centric care. The digital era is not merely a technological leap, but a fundamental restructuring of the healthcare delivery. And with this, let me introduce you all to the topic of our first panel, Revolutionizing Healthcare, Future Hospitals in the Digital Era. Now, before I introduce our panelists, I have a question for our audience. Is artificial intelligence expected to play a crucial role in the digital transformation of future hospitals? Anyone in the audience who would like to answer this question? Okay, moving on. I think the expert speakers of this panel would be discussing around this and more. So, welcoming our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Dr. Shilpa Tatke, Group Chief Operating Officer, Jupiter Hospital. Mr. Shaleen K. Patel, Managing Director, Jagger India Group. Dr. H. K. Saleh, Executive Director, Noble Hospitals. Colonel Dr. Sunil Rao, Group COO, Sayadri Hospitals Private Limited, Pune. Mr. Sudhakar Mishra, South Asia Head and Global Senior Director, MedTech Healthcare and Life Sciences, Frost and Sullivan. Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. Now, I request Mr. Sudhakar to please take over this session from here.
Good morning, everyone. It was very enriching session, the first one where we looked at various aspects of healthcare and how it is making a change. And one of the critical elements and players in that is the hospitals. We also heard what are the government schemes, what kind of initiatives are happening in the medical device sector. It's very important to understand that now with a lot of technological developments in this digital era, how hospitals are really looking at this whole landscape. And we have an esteemed panel, both from the hospital side as well as we have panelists from the industry side, who will throw more lights on this whole perspective of what are the hospitals of future. We have been talking about smart hospitals a lot, and we need to really deep dive and understand. So we'll cover a couple of critical aspects. As mentioned, my name is Sudhakar Mishra. I represent Frost and Sullivan. We have been supporting a lot of healthcare companies, both from the provider and industry side, in last 3 decades. Worked with thousands of companies, helping them grow and also strategize their future of growth strategies. So with that, I would like to quickly ask the panelists to introduce themselves in a very brief way, and then we can really deep dive into this interesting session. So maybe I can start with Dr. Rao.
Good morning, everyone. I am Colonel Dr. Sunil Rao. I'm the Group Chief Operating Officer for Sayadri Group of Hospitals, which has 9 hospitals and over 1,000 beds in Western Maharashtra, Pune as well as Nasik as well as Karad. So these are our branches, and my background is that I was in Indian Army for almost 26 years and then joined the civil side, and now have been managing various hospitals, including Columbia Asia Group of Hospitals, which was there earlier, and now it is Manipal Group of Hospitals. And also many other hospitals I have worked with. I am also associated with National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers, NABH, as the chairman of the technical committee. And many hospitals I have assessed from 2005 onwards. Thank you. I think that is sufficient.
Myself, Dr. H. K. Saleh. I am an executive director of Noble Hospital, Pune. And Noble Hospital, Pune itself is a very fast growing company which has got now 350 beds, and now we're in the expansion of another 100 beds in the coming couple of years. So I have also worked in the government sector at the class 1 position as a medical student and class 1 anesthetist for 15 years. And subsequently in 1994, I joined the private sector, and since then I'm working in the private sector. That's and of course, along with Sir's guidance only, I have joined somewhere around 2010 in the quality, NABH, and my passion, that has become my passion to work in the quality. Thank you so much. That's good enough for me.
Good morning. So I'm Shalin Patel. I'm the Group Managing Director for Draga here in India. Draga being a manufacturer and a solution provider for ICU equipment and devices and operating theaters and many, many things more. I've had the privilege to be in India for 3 years now and associated with Draga around about 2 years, 2.5 years. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Shilpa. I have been associated with Jupiter Hospitals as a Group Chief Operating Officer. Jupiter is basically 1192 beds so far. We have 3 branches right from Indore, Pune, and Mumbai, Thane. And we are coming up with 2 more projects. I look after the operations of the entire group. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to all panelists for their introduction. So maybe we'll just now go deep into the session. So during the COVID, we have seen that the boundaries of hospitals has really disappeared, and a lot of patients, roughly 60 to 70 percent of patients were treated at home, and also a lot of remote consultations, teleconsultations has really started. So what we see that the industry is really moving towards this concept of care networks, where you have hospitals which are providing a lot of care, not only within the hospital, but at other centers. So I would like to understand a little bit from you, all of the panelists, from the hospital perspective, and Shalin, from you, more from the industry perspective, how this evolution is happening, and what is the role of hospital, and then what is the industry partners really playing a role in this whole development. And maybe we can start with Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Again, an excellent question, which is debatable. At this point of time, all of you are aware that healthcare industry is lagging behind in terms of digitization. Though, of course, COVID pushed it quite a bit in terms of teleconsultations. That's what I understand, that's the focus. But that time it was around 10 to 15% of the total consultations. Now it has again dropped down because of people also, the doctors themselves as well as the patients both are very, very reluctant to take up this somehow. But due to a lot of IT population coming in the cities like Pune, Mumbai, and various other places, this is increasing definitely. Another trend which is there for chains like ours and many other chain hospitals as well as single hospitals, that they are engaging for their smaller branches into tele-ICU services, tele-radiology services, so that they are well supported from the flagship hospitals. And there is a command center in which all this information comes and that is being interpreted and they are guided. So another project which is in the offing is the smaller nursing homes and smaller hospitals in periphery. They definitely need a support. Though during COVID, nobody wanted any support because they were running on their own, and the patients were also not complaining. But as days progress and the technology is improving day by day, so all these things, new things have been coming into play, especially the tele-ICU and guidance of the patients in the periphery in a better manner. Also, it gives us a right time to shift those patients, because we should not be too much bold in the periphery, because there are multiple services which are not available at peripheral hospitals or smaller hospitals. So it is better that in time they shift the patients to the bigger centers, the tertiary care centers, quaternary care centers which are there. I think almost all big hospitals in Pune and Mumbai have acquired that capability of becoming quaternary care hospitals, especially the things like transplant and many other things which are not available in periphery. Those are available with these bigger hospitals. So they are trying to guide it through the technology, use of technology. In that, many other things in terms of technology we will discuss during the discussion. So I'll hand over this to our next panelist.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, I agree with Rao sir. COVID has taught us many things, but still we are lagging behind in digitalization in the healthcare industry. In the sense that that was the need during the COVID, we supported small nursing homes through our ICUs. That time, total telemedicine was not developed, but with the help of video calling and setting up of the ventilators and so many things, we did it. And that was the community need at that moment of time, and we did it. But now, as Dr. Rao correctly said, there are lot of small nursing homes in the periphery wherein there are no expert, particularly for the ICU services. Intensivists are not there who was qualified and well trained. And these services are till today, to some extent, not as we were doing during the COVID time to these days. And these support of the industrial support in the scenes, the some of the people, they are having ventilators, but they are not up to the mark, or they are not serviced, even though the intensivist from the headquarters trying to tell you should on this, something south of that, but they are not in a position, as sir said rightly, that at right time shifting of the patient to the tertiary or quaternary care patient, it becomes really useful for the community. And acceptance of the patient also then becomes a little bit, if it gets delayed, then the recur starts. This we have faced some of these incidences. So it is still time to fully develop this digitalization in our era. Place like Pune, Mumbai, and Nagpur, things are little bit different, but keeping in mind the across India or the in Maharashtra also, it is still in a developing stage, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saleh. And Shalin, I would like to understand from the industry perspective, how do you see these care networks really evolving, and how do you see the role of industry players really peeping in and trying to help and support? Because we did hear that there was a phase where we have seen a spike, but now it's again dipping. And some of the problems are real in terms of shortage of staff, some of the access to care really not available in the remote places. So what's your view, and how do you see industry really contributing towards that?
So, as a solution provider or devices manufacturer, providing solution and devices for technology for life. Yeah? So digital transformation in healthcare, it's a big word. What does it mean? Yeah? Maybe two areas to start with. One is to simply transform traditional hospitals into smart ones. Yeah? And secondly, support smaller hospitals so they can scale, they can provide more service, better service to our patients. So it's important really to sort of establish some synergy in all the technologies. And as a first vital step really, what we see is that, for example, devices should be connected. Devices should be interoperable. Different types of devices, different types of softwares. Yeah. With that, we would have the ability to harness data. There's a lot of data available. Statistics show that we only utilize, or the other way around, we do not utilize 95% of data available. We only work with 5%. So I think as a manufacturer, as an MNC, this from a very high level, this is what we are focusing on.
No, thanks a lot, Dr. Shalin. And Dr. Shilpa, I would like to also understand from your perspective, how is your group, or based on your other experiences, you are seeing this development of care networks and how the evolution from COVID and post-COVID era.
So, post-COVID, basically, COVID has really been a game changer in every way for the hospital industry. I would like to have this question answered in two parts. One is basically having direct impact for the patients and community in terms of care network extension, and also indirect impact in terms of relieving healthcare workers from data processing and mundane work and having the ability to develop and give more time for the bedside patient care. So, post-COVID, which all we have seen, there had been developments in terms of teleconsultation as well as telecommunication with the patient, which have not sustained the same growth post-COVID. Still, people prefer to go personally nowadays and consult doctors. But at the same time, post-COVID, what all of us have seen is a change in consumer behavior. You know what happens post COVID? We have seen, all of us are aware about revenge travel, revenge shopping. Same is a revenge behavior in terms of consumer demands now. Previously, patients used to be okay if they report, I mean, they used to get report of pathology after one day or radiology after one day. Today's consumer, I rather would mention as a healthcare consumer than a patient, they expect immediate response, immediate communication, immediate reports and services exactly like at par with other industries, live services. So to compete and to sustain with this continuous demands and also the growth, we have no option than adopting AIs and ML. You know, without that, today's healthcare and the kind of amount of data getting processed at every single moment, it is absolutely impossible for human brain to get into that ocean of data and make any sense out of it. So from that angle also, it makes a lot of sense to invest in AI, and that is the precise reason we must have seen in last 4 years the growth of AI in healthcare has been really, really tremendous. I mean, I would say it is almost a kind of another transformation in healthcare with the AI post-COVID.
Thanks a lot for that views, and this also brings me to the another perspective of role of technology. So if you look at the hospital industry, the technology is a no-brainer. You have to adopt it, and we know that there are a lot of new technologies coming, also affecting and impacting healthcare. So we look at cloud computing, we look at data analytics, we look at Internet of Things or Internet of Medical Things, which is coming. So now starting with Shalin, since you have been looking at some of these technologies, especially on data analytics, especially looking at how do you really improve the hospital operations and improve on the efficiency side. And also you can of course comment on the other areas on cloud computing and how do we see that really becoming a reality. Any thoughts and comments, insights around that?
Yeah, so from our perspective, again, coming from a device manufacturer, it starts with device analytics. Yeah? What is the utilization rates of devices? What is in anesthesia the gas consumption rates? What is the readiness of the devices in ORs, for example? And we as a manufacturer offer different buckets, different product groups for that, be it device, be it automation as well, calibration of devices, with the aim to have a higher utilization with the aim to reduce the workload for the healthcare staff as well by automizing it, by having, for example, an anesthesia device automatically calibrated and ready for use rather than having to do the testing and everything manually. And that in itself saves a lot of time in the workload of healthcare professionals.
Thanks a lot, Shalin, for that view. And Dr. Rao, I would like now your views because you talked about, you brought a very good perspective of how tele ICU is becoming a reality. And now we also have a lot of more technologies because consumer is so important in this whole ecosystem, and we also know that the demands from customer is increasing, and that also means that technology adoption level within hospitals need to really grow and look at all the new areas, be it cloud computing, be it really doing data analytics in the cloud and really processing the data on the fly and trying to provide the data to the customers. So how do you see this whole landscape evolving within your group as well as externally in the industry? And what are the best practices we can learn from?
Sure. As Dr. Shilpa just now said, that all these technologies are helping us to, reduce our mundane work. So whatever mundane work is happening, it also helps us to reduce some of the staff stress levels, and then they are able to concentrate better on the patient care and the diagnosis and various other modalities which we generally use. Examples from my own hospital I would like to give, because as we were discussing in the previous discussion, that the healthcare has taken up very less at present. The pace is very less. So Internet of Things and various devices which are being used for remote sensing. So this is happening now quite often, especially all the 5 parameters of the patient which are commonly required. Those can be captured through a patch or the sensors, whether they are in the hospital or they are in the periphery, that is at the home. At a home or intermediate care, all those possibilities have started actually showing with a control center or a command center which keeps on evaluating. Earlier also we had this central monitoring system in the ICUs and various other things, but this now is getting converted for being used for home care as well as for the smaller centers from where people can be guided. So a previous discussion again I had mentioned this, that it is very useful for those hospitals which have smaller branches with less expertise and less manpower. So another thing which is being tried very aggressively everywhere with kind of mixed results is AI use in the stroke. In the stroke, because in stroke we can save the brain. So brain itself can be saved if it is timely detected. So in the periphery, what happens typically, it becomes very difficult for somebody to actually see what type of stroke it is and whether it will be able to reach the definitive place of treatment, that is in the bigger hospitals where the stroke protocol is established. So this AI thing is helping in this aspect, that we are able to save even the late cases which are coming around 80 minutes, 90 minutes, or maybe more than that in time for thrombectomy, and then we are able to save the brain. So just to give you a practical example from our hospitals and the stroke centers, we could, in a year's time, probably, if it would have come routinely in its own time, we may not be able to save those cases. Around 8 to 9 cases per year are over and above our routine load of the stroke, which we could detect from the periphery and treat them in time. and that's how AI is coming. Another example of AI which we are using now and it's becoming very, very popular is auto validation of the laboratory results. See, the laboratory gets too many investigations because nowadays everybody, as in the previous session, the madam was telling about the welfare kind of centers, wellness centers, welfare centers, and they really churn out some 3,000, 4,000 blood samples coming at a time, and everything has to be diagnosed. And as Dr. Shilpa also said, that everybody wants the result then and there only. They don't want to wait for next day or next to next day. So for that, the routine algorithm is written. Routine algorithm is written and fed that these are the reference levels which are expected in the sugar. Let us say if we have a very small range also kept just to avoid any confusion, that almost 70% of your workload gets eased out, because as it is, the machines are all auto analyzers and auto, they calibrate also automatically, as sir was also telling. So this is how we can reduce our workload using technology and AI, right algorithms. They're simple. They may not be very complicated AI things, because that doesn't really work in healthcare. Every time the man behind the machine is important. Similarly, in our profession, the doctor there is very important. Even this AI in stroke, which we are using, we have to keep validating it. We can't just rely on those images immediately. But definitely it is helpful. It saves time. It's three or four people's work can be done by a single person. That help is definitely there, and it is definitely helpful in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rao. And as we see, AI is really getting deeper into it, and we saw this use cases in stroke care, administrative care. If you look at FDA itself, there are close to 700 applications which are currently approved, and slowly we'll see that India will also start getting some of these applications, as this is more contextualized to Indian landscape. So that's very important. So coming to Dr. Saleh, what kind of applications do you see from technology standpoint in the AI or in other areas really coming within your hospital, and what are the end use cases and the customer benefits in that? Because end of the day, patient need to be benefited in this whole landscape.
Exactly. If you see the evolution in the healthcare industry, since last 4 decades, I'll say, because I am actually involved since last 4 decades. But we were there. Just recently, last week, I was in the World Congress of Anesthesia. Basically, I am an anesthetist, and the major attraction was the dragger in the World Congress, as he just mentioned about the OT. And last 40 years, what we were using in the war itself, and it is enormously changed now from field boy, what we used to say, now we say workstation, and the entire new technology which has come up as far as this anesthesia providers which they are using as of now, and it was amazing. I mean, just last week only I witnessed with the Tracker. Tracker was an attraction stall in that conference, and that's how the evaluation is there. So the stations which we are providing the anesthesia, they are incorporated with the so it is becoming highly accurate what exactly patient is receiving, how the doctors are getting monitored, that it has become very easy. Everything we used to write earlier, now it is only with the tab. Now the head of the department can monitor on his mobile or on his PC what is happening with this particular patient. He can get connected with the 8 patient, 10 patient, and 10 calls, what is happening. That is one. Another mode which Sir said rightly, in the diagnostic technology, is AI is getting incorporated a lot, particularly in lab diagnosis and radio imaging. Radio imaging, that is particularly in radio imaging, it is said that artificial intelligence is going to do enormous change, because people are working and work is going on enormously globally. Uh, this is how, and technology, definitely technology. What third thing which now with the help of sensors, even we have a 60-bedded ICU, all the ICU, all the intensivists can monitor what is happening 24/7. What is happening with their particular bed. They can just press the button on their mobile, just switch on bed number 18. What is the status of this patient? Which are the critical patients which I need to monitor before going to the bed? This can be done with the help of technology in this era, and that's what we are doing.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Saleh. And if you look from the China perspective, and we do some extensive amount of work with them, they have a smart ICU policy. They have a smart hospital policy where they're really trying to enhance their infrastructure, enhance the ecosystem of hospitals to a level that the data really becomes seamless. The patient care really becomes better and better. So with that, I just want also your views around what are the kind of initiatives happening in your hospital, ma'am. If you look, especially some use cases from clinical or operational side, the applications of AI which are more relevant or being used by the physicians within your setup, and what are the benefits they are getting, or any other technology apart from AI you see, especially the new age technologies like cloud computing or data analytics. So, what are the initiatives happening, and what kind of benefits your hospital, both from the staff as well as patients, is getting out of that initiatives?
Yeah, so as last time we have been discussing about strength of AI is reducing the mundane jobs. That was one. More importantly, what we are doing, and that is a worldwide fact, that nurses today spend more time in documentation and in computations instead of being bedside. We actually wanted to make a reasonable change over there because I definitely would want my nurse to be at the bedside of the patient and contribute clinically than merely doing the job of data entry operator. So we have adopted a technology and converted entire nurses' notes, particular part of the medical records, as digitized one. It helps us in many other things because it directly can communicate with the HMIS. It can auto fetch multiple parameters which already had been captured through cardiac monitors and all. So nurses do not have to re-enter it again in the medical records. It also saves time in terms of writing the same thing again and again. Because if you calculate, say, suppose out of 8 hours, nearly 3.6 to 3.8 hours, a single nurse spends only in documentation and indenting part of it. If we can actually save that kind of time, you definitely would have your patients getting benefited out of it and clinicians getting benefited out of it. So that is a major change what we brought in, and nearly a 0% I would say work now has to be done manually for my nurses. So that was one parameter. Second, we have implemented also for doctors. Eventually, we are going to the doctors. As Dr. Rao said, that doctor is important in healthcare. But at the same time, it becomes little difficult when it comes to AI for making them understand to use AI practically. You know, the beauty of healthcare is, and precisely hospital, is that when we are discussing any technology, you cannot have the technology being utilized only by one particular segment. You know, I cannot say it is only to be used by my surgeons or only to be used by my anesthetist or only by nurses. When any template technology as an administrator you have to implement, you have to ensure that it is, I would say, idiot proof, because right from your junior most nursing to your highest level of consultant, everybody should be familiar of using that technology, and not only using, it should get practically implemented. You know, if I have a Power BI which can simply keep on throwing data on my desk and I do not have brains to utilize that data and make it into decision making, the whole investment in technology is just an eyewash. So we actually have started training with the doctors Because the typical part is like, if any doctor feels, if I can see 10, I mean, within 10 minutes, 2 patients, and just to adopt AI or technology, if I have to spend 5 minutes and I reduce my number of patients, it is indirectly a loss, or rather directly a loss for me in terms of daily revenue. So there we have taken a lot of efforts. We have given assistance to those doctors. We have trained doctors. Of course, the problem doesn't come that much with the new generation of clinicians now, because almost all of them are quite techno savvy. But when you are dealing with the consultants who are there with you for last 15, 20 years, then you have to adopt and bypass traditional ways. You will have to give them extra assistance. You have to invest in manpower. You have to ensure that technology is discussed with them. They are taken in confidence, and that is how the whole innovation can be adopted. They have to understand ultimately it is not hospital management's whims and fancies. It is basically for their benefit and also to some extent for their medico legal protection, because ultimately having data at your fingertips helps you any point of time. So these are the other initiatives which we had taken when it came to clinicians. And more importantly, we tried to develop a network basically through standardization of clinical pathways. You have now, as Dr. Rao also said, that Sahyadri is also a group. Any group which we are discussing, you are discussing multiple remote locations. When you are saying that, for example, a Taj or Oberoi, if you go to any Taj, you will have the similar level of hospitality. Same my patient should experience when they walk into any outlet of Jupiter or any center, any unit of Jupiter. How do you give that experience? So there has to be a key importance of the standardization, because without standardization, no AI or ML can come to your help. So that is another thing which we have taken up very seriously, of standardization of all clinical pathways along with SOPs. So I think these are the ways, and the journey is still on. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Shilpa. And you brought a very critical element because if you look at any change, it's people, process, and technology. So we have been talking a lot more on the technology, and you brought the people element, which is equally critical. And also, Dr. Rao also said that there should be a man behind a machine or a technology. So that's so true. So now coming to Shalin, you have been driving it from the industry perspective. How do you see that you enable hospitals, or how should industry really enable hospitals using these new technologies and making it simpler, intuitive, really so easy that they are not really overwhelmed with the technology but more focused on the patient care? So what are the perspectives you have from your global experience as well as within the company?
Yeah, so from our perspective, and Dr. Rao, you touched on that as well. There's so much data, there's so much analytics, there is a lot of information. It's what you do with the information and how you process the information. So from a device manufacturer's view, one part is of course the normal training and how to use devices, but when it comes to device analytics and overall data analytics, where our devices contribute, we have put a very strong focus on that. We actually have a business unit called Draeger Academy, where we train hospital staff, where we train healthcare workers, not only on using devices, but also on all the analytics that we provide, from gas consumption to device utilization to many aspects, and all the information that we provide. So a clear focus from a device manufacturer's point of view is training and enablement of healthcare workers.
Thanks a lot, Shalin. And it's very critical that as an industry, we need to really create solutions which are easy to use and implement. And at the same time, what was also mentioned, that it should bring you the right level of insights at the right point, at the right place, and so that the clinician can take the right decisions. So with that, Dr. Rao, coming to you, you have been talking about the technology landscape and also the change management. So how do you see this change management really being enforced with people? Because often we see that there is a resistance whenever there is a new technological changes happening, and there is always this old school guys versus new school guys who have a different comfort with the technology. So how have you really tackled this internally within your group and in your experiences with other groups in ensuring that the people really understand the need of it and really making hospital a better smart hospital of the future?
So, as in earlier discussion, we thought that the newer generation, which is leading the way in even in the medicine field, is definitely coming up with newer solutions themselves. So, one of my doctor is actively involved in giving the solutions for the IT related issues, and that's just to give you an example. That is the kind of involvement which is happening at every hospital level. That the younger generation which is coming in various specialities, they are themselves suggesting that this is the solution and this is how we should implement it. Example is in medicine, this problem has been always there, that every single specialty which develops has different requirements. That means one solution cannot fit to everyone. That the industry must understand that, the IT industry especially. What is happening is once they make a software, they tend to push it. They tend to push it to such a level that it ultimately the hospital as such gives it up and starts looking for other solutions, because we have multiple stakeholders. Let us say oncology, oncosurgery, oncomedicine, radiation oncology. Everyone has their own requirements. So this is the practical problem which we face. Then the other specialties like orthopedics, they will have their own requirements of infection control and various other things. So everything needs to come into the software to automate it. What happens is, if we automate partly, then and it is not customized. So the customization is the one thing which I would definitely give suggestion to the industry, that they must incorporate these elements into the customization of the things. Also, this is very costly. Let me give you a practical example. We are also an organ transplant center. We do close to 300 and we have done 350 liver transplants in 3 years time. So what happened is, one of the industry person has written a software for organ transplant, specific to organ transplant. Can you imagine that what must be the cost of that software? So it becomes very difficult for a single specialty to spend that kind of money. So that is another suggestion from my side for the industry people, that the cost has to be in sync with what benefits we are getting. See, the same organ transplant fellow is writing in registers, writing in various papers, etc. That is how they are preserving their data for research and further innovations and further statistics. Same thing if it is transformed in a much less cost and it is made available to maybe everyone, then probably the cost will come down. And that's the problem of the hospitals also, that their some of the cost savings definitely has come through IT. There is no doubt about it. So that aspect also I wanted to speak about is this, that the data analytics portion, definitely almost all private hospitals have taken up. Whether it is Mango, whether it is Power BI, and what have you, so many softwares which are giving you data in and out for many purposes, including to sell it off, to sell the hospital also you need this data, because you need to have a proper data to project yourself that this is what you are doing. So this particular portion is definitely successful, I would say. But other portions, like I gave example of AI in stroke or AI in various other aspects like radiology and all. Madam Daksha, madam, in previous session, she was giving example of Cure for tuberculosis detection, the AI. It gives almost 70% results only. Though of course it's good enough for the program. They may be claiming it 90% or 95%, but in practice, what happens is the industry, our industry, the healthcare industry should get satisfied with this because, as I said, we have multiple specialities to work on. So one person will always say that this is working in this specialty, but not in this specialty. So this, I thought I must bring it out. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rao. And this also brings one critical aspect on affordability and customization, because these are the two critical aspects also. So, Dr. Saleh, any quick views on that? Are these resonating with your?
Same thing, customization of there are specialties, subspecialties, super specialties. There are different kinds of surgeries, different kinds of services given to, and everywhere customization is required. And whenever we ask for this particular subspecialty, this customization required, again the charges are there. So this is in today's era, there is sky is the limit, it is like that. And that's why the organization, they go on the back foot. So the ultimate solution is, and the software developers in these eras still today, we find that they are quite rigid. They do for one, this thing. Say for example, hospital, this is the hospital software. It doesn't work like that. Say for example, my formulary might be different from Dr. Rao's formulary. So I will insist for my formulary. My staff is tuned to Indian only my formulary. Like that, second thing, newer generation and the older generation. Newer generation, yes, definitely they are far ahead in the technology, particularly this digital technology, what we see. But some of the older people also, they have become the guiding force for the new generation also. Because we have some of the physicians who have taken the keen interest, not only keen interest, they have become, they have left everything and they have joined only these software companies and advising for the software to develop in the for the hospitals. That is also there. But barring two examples, now that again becomes it's not cost effective. Now, for example, for OPD EMR itself, I was compelled to give one junior assistant who is a medico to a senior consultant just to. So this is a, but whatever recent generation of technology, particularly the equipment wise, is coming up. That's really amazing, and it will take its own course of time and its own roadmap to adapt it. And Salim, he rightly said there is an academy from their side. In particular, there are multinational companies. They are having academy. But having said that, the to get this service in place like Mumbai and Pune is not a difficult. But if you go beyond that, it's really, really difficult. How we can reach to that level is also important. That's it in this occasion. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot, Dr. Shale. And I know that we are kind of end of the time, but only very quick 30 seconds, Shalin, from you, from the industry side. You heard that there has been need for cost optimization, standardizations, additional trainings. You already touched upon trainings. Any quick 30-second reaction on that? That what are you guys really looking, or industry should do to increase and make it more affordable for the healthcare providers?
30 seconds is probably quite short to answer that, but really the focus, and especially here in India, we are heavily invested here. we have set up the Draga Academy from a training perspective. We are working on offering analytics tools as well. We are offering a mobile patient watch, which goes into tele-ICU and these things. So there are solutions. We are trying to do cost down exercises as well to make it affordable. And ultimately, what we want to do is really offer healthcare and make it, the accessibility, improve that, reach out from tier 1, tier 2 to tier 3 and 4. And that's part of our responsibility as a multinational as well.
Thanks a lot, all panelists. I know everyone is looking at me because we're time's up. So, but it was a very insightful session looking at people, process, and technologies. We dealt upon a lot of good points, and if I have to really summarize, the key takeaways is that hospitals are really progressing well with some use cases. They also want more support from industry to really drive in this digital era of, and they need more trainings, they need more cost optimizations, more customizations, and then they can also become the hospital of the future. So we all wish that that will happen in years to come, and industry and providers will work together to make it happen. But thanks a lot for this insightful session. I think thanks to VOH and all the panelists for being here today on this panel. And over to you.
And also Mr. Sudhakar Mishra for wonderfully leading this session. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Mr. Sudhakar to felicitate his co-panelists. Dr. Shilpa Tatke. Mr. Shaleen K. Patel. Colonel Dr. Sunil Rao. Dr. H.K. Saleh. Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Pinky Chahar on stage to felicitate Mr. Sudhakar. Mr. Sudhakar Mishra. I request the dignitaries to please stay with us for a group picture. Thank you all for being with us in this session. Let us now move on to the next panel for today. In the dynamic realm of healthcare, an emerging phenomenon is transforming the landscape. As borders blur and patients seek optimal care beyond geographical confines, India stands at the forefront of this transformative journey. And so, our next topic for today is medical value tourism in India, opportunities, challenges, and enhancing patient experiences. This panel invites us to explore the opportunities and challenges inherent in this growing sector while placing a special emphasis on enhancing patient experiences. Now, before I introduce our panelists, I have a question for our audience. Which city of India is most known for medical value tourism? Any guesses? Yes, please. Can you have a mic? We'll just arrange a mic.
Mumbai.
Correct. Would you like to add anything along with that?
Yeah, this is the biggest, medical value-added tourism place. Many hospitals, and they are giving a lot of value to the medical tourism.
May we also have an introduction?
I am Dr. Vipin Koshal, Medical Superintendent PGIM here, Chandigarh.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists for today's discussion. Also, I would request them to join us on stage. Please put your hands together for our distinguished panelists. Dr. Hardik Ajmera, Medical Director, Sethi Hospital. Dr. Anupam Karmakar, Chief Executive Officer and Medical Director, Shri Pragati Foundation's Hira Mongi Navneet Hospital. Dr. Atithya S., Executive Director, SP Fort Healthcare. Dr. Hidayat Khan, Founder and Managing Director, Human Care Worldwide. Mr. D.S. Chakravarti, Global Chief Operating Officer. Dr. Chakravarti will be moderating this panel. Handing over to you now, Mr. Chakravarti.
Hello. Good afternoon, all. Medical value tourism. The talk of the industry today. Now, with the existing panelists who are experts in their own fields and who are serving the industry since so many years and are doing so many innovative things, and let us learn some good experiences from them. I request Dr. Ajmera, sir, to share a few points of your opportunities, exploring opportunities in the industry.
Opportunities. Okay. So obviously we all know that there are a lot of opportunities when we speak about MVT in India. India is a preferred healthcare destination of choice among many countries. So if I can just quote, there is something called Medical Tourism Index, MTI. On MTI, currently India is ranked on number 10 out of 42 countries. So how does this MTI give ranking? So what they do is they study the perception of the customers or the patients traveling abroad in the USA on 41 parameters across 3 dimensions, like how attractive is the destination, how safe it is, and what is the quality care they will receive. So India is currently ranked at number 10 in this index. There are countries above it, there are countries below us. So I will go in details later on maybe. But there are a lot of opportunities for a number of reasons in India. Number one, Indian doctors are considered to be one of the finest in the world. Secondly, they are all English speaking. Being English speaking country is a definite advantage for us because the patient they want to communicate, they find it easy. A lot of hospitals in tier 1, especially tier 1 cities, have invested in the infrastructure to make state-of-art facilities. May it be robotic surgery or may it be even radiotherapy, you name it, and the facility is available. Third factor is the ease of appointment. We having so much network of hospitals and healthcare facilities, the patient finds it easy and not very time consuming to undertake medical care in India. To add to our armatorium, we also have wellness clinics and Ayush treatment of medicine and many hospitals provide the same under the same roof. So Ayush is alternate medicine where holistic healing can happen along with your allopathy using yoga, naturopathy, reflexology, etc. So Ayush is something very unique in the Indian healthcare system, which maybe the other destinations for medical tourism do not have. And obviously these opportunities currently are being further compounded by the various initiatives which government is taking. For example, there is this Heal in India campaign, okay, promoting MVT, promoting medical value tourism. They are trying to develop a one-step portal for any patient who would like to take treatment at in India. Okay, they have also put in place a medical value tourism council, which has formulated a national strategy on medical value tourism and travel. So all these steps are very positive, trying to further increase the opportunities in India. And forgot to mention the visa facilitation now. Now online e-visa for medical visa can be applied for 150 plus countries. So all this, the existing infrastructure of good doctors, good infrastructure, English speaking population, alternate medicine, and the 4 or 5 new promotive measures of the government, what I just spoke about, makes a very ripe ecosystem currently for MVT to further evolve in India.
Hardik sir briefed about the basic statistics of the medical value tourism that's happening in our country, and ease of access was his pinpoint why it is valued in our country, and he briefed good opportunities and also the initiations that are happening in our industry, which points are to be noted. And what problems we are facing, I'll come to you next, sir. Now, Anupam sir, I just request you to, now the medical value tourism is an increasing demand in our country, and a lot of competitive atmosphere has been created in our country. Now, can you please highlight some patient experiences that you are facing in regards to this medical value tourism related to the foreign patients as well as the domestic patients?
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti. Thank you, VH, for inviting us over here on this panel. Well, Dr. Hardik has actually briefly expanded the whole medical value tourism stuff, what is happening in the world, as well as in why India is very, very important. And the question which was sent to me by Dr. Chakravarti is, yes, about the patient experience. Well, at the end of every gamut, the patient experience is the most important thing, which will actually rate the hospital, organization, and later on, of course, the state, country, region, whatever, so on and so forth. So I would, of course, stress upon the patient experience while they are in the hospital, right from their pickup point to the treatment, and well, they go back home. I'll share a small story, which I had heard during my college days of my interns, during my, this management interns. In fact, there was a patient over here who wanted to come from US, in fact, and while they were landing to this India, the wife, they had come for a cardiac ailment to a hospital over here, and when they were landing to the airport, the wife was so scared that, oh my God, I think so we have come to the wrong place, and I don't think so I'm going to take my husband back home to the US, but kind of the hospital authorities gave a comfort to the wife, to the husband, of course. They took them to the hospital, they treated them well, they did the surgery, and post that, they of course gave them a 2 nights, 3 days stay in Goa. They were so overwhelmed, they were so well taken care of, and it was something which touched their heart. They told that we never expected that this could happen. Of course, this is a few years back, but things have changed through the time, and people have started adapting how we can make things better. Okay. Now, this is about something about medical tourism, but if we add value to the medical, medical gamut, if we say intranational as well. See, there are so many people who are coming from our own country to our own city, for treatment. Even they are some of the people who has to be given the best treatment. Like what NABA JCI says, that we have to give a very luring comfort to the patient, because as a patient they surrender to us, they surrender to the hospital, they surrender to the nurses, they surrender to you for the treatment. We have to give them the best of the experience, so that they take back the best memories. And at the end of the day, it is voice of the customers which basically enhances the hospital's name, the region's name, our country's name. Is that way?
Your example of having medical as well as the tourism aspect completed the patient's requirement for their experience, sir. Well said. Now, patient experience is coming to a two-point program. It is a patient satisfaction as well as a patient-centered care. Now, patient experience is more concentrated upon than patient satisfaction. Thank you, sir. I'll come back to one more challenges that we'll be facing in the next question. In the meantime, let me engage Aditya. Aditya, can you share your recent experiences post-COVID era in regards to medical value tourism?
Okay, right. So basically, I come from Kerala. We run a chain of hospitals in a place called Trivandrum. So we predominantly get patients from the Maldives and from the Middle East countries, right? So if you look at it, India is only second to the US. If you look at how many Maldivian patients are actually traveling for medical tourism, so that's a big number. And if you look at the actual stats, out of 45,000 crores that Kerala has made out of tourism, 30% has actually come from medical tourism, correct? So what has happened recently post-COVID is definitely there is a dip in the number of patients who are coming in. We can attribute that to connectivity of flights issues. Can attribute that to patients not feeling confident enough to travel. But again, slowly we can see the numbers are coming up slowly. But again, at the start of the year, there was a dicey situation between the two governments, which is again making travel and all pretty difficult for people to come. But what India or what Kerala can actually be a bit more proud of is we are not just good at modern medicine, correct? We have other forms of medicine which people are really coming forward to and people really want to try. As I said, Ayush Visa is going to come up. So we have other different types of medicine as well coming into the country. So we definitely want to see, we definitely expect 2024 to be better post-COVID. Let's see about that. Yeah.
Now, the medical tourism is incomplete without having a pre-hospitalization and a post-hospitalization planning also, which is also included as a patient experience. Now, I request Dr. Hidayat Khan to share he's an expert in pre and post-hospitalizations, where the other three panelists are experts in hospitalization services. Now, I request him to share his challenges during the pre and the post-hospitalization expansion, hospitalization of the medical value tourist patients, nationally as well as internationally.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti, and thank you, VOH, for giving us this opportunity. According to me, medical tourism, I see it in two aspects. One is domestic medical tourism, another one is international medical tourism. Most of the patient who comes in India internationally, they comes in a category of elective medical tourism. So they can very easily come to India, get the treatment and go back. What is about those 7 to 10% of people who face lots of challenges during transfer of their patient from one country to another and one city to another? We have n number of examples like this who faced lots of challenges for such kind of illness. For example, if there is any patient who has gone a multi-organ failure and that patient wants to transfer back to India for further tertiary care treatment, so no one will think in that aspect. So human care is the one who will come in picture and will take care from bed to bed transfer. If there is a need of ECMO initiation at the bedside, our team will initiate ECMO if patient is not able to maintain the PO2 more than 70 or he is on 50, 52 and he is already in multi-organ failure. Post-COVID, this ECMO has come in picture mode and we are able to transfer n number of patients on ECMO initiation also. If we talk about domestic critical patient transfer from one country to another, if someone has got a MI and patient went in cardiogenic shock and patient is on intra-aortic balloon pump, no one will think to transfer the patient, but we have done such transfer. I had one cardiologist patient at Vasai. He was not having any option for 2 days to transfer that patient to SN Reliance. Then they contacted us and then we shifted the patient. Same thing we did one patient to Chennai also. The patient for heart transplant, he was having a 12 to 15% of EF. Such patient we have transferred on ECMO to under Dr. Balakrishnan and the surgery was done successfully. So we have done good number of cases like this. The same thing is about domestic medical tourism. In domestic medical tourism, particularly from East India, eastern part of India and Northeast, all of because the healthcare infrastructure in today's time is also not good over there. So most of the patient comes for the treatment to Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad. So whenever they have such kind of a problem, we come in picture and we transfer them back to the final destination. And whatever problem they have, if patient is on not maintaining blood pressure also, such patient also we transfer. We know that there are lots of patient Indians who are settled in Middle East and they come across with lots of illness, particularly young age, they develop brain hemorrhage, polytrauma because of vehicular accident and they land up in long-term rehab centers over there. So we are the one who transfer them back to their home country. Even though they are having an insurance and sponsor is able to pay them, take care of the complete treatment. So there is a more things to explore for medical tourism value for a critically ill patient transfer.
Yeah, nicely briefed regarding the pre and post with examples, sir. So now it is a collaborative platform. Medical tourism is a collaborative platform from different providers. Let it be in healthcare setting, or let it be a medical tourism setting, or let it be a air ambulance setting. So it is a collaborative approach that need to be fulfilled to bring in value for the patient experience. What we are talking about now, Hardik sir, I request you to have your personal experiences in identifying some opportunities more elaborative precisely to your located hospital and some patient experiences and any learnings what will give it to them.
So talking again on opportunities, specific to Safi Hospital. Safi Hospital is where I've been working for 15 years now. So Safi Hospital is one of the hospitals in the city who may have a very, very good proportion of medical tourism patients coming to the hospital. So to share some numbers, 1500 to 1800 patients a year out of 18,000 patients, okay, what we admit and treat every year are from foreign countries. So roughly 9 to 10% of the total patient population what we treat are foreign nationals, predominantly from Middle East and Africa, and followed by other countries. So one opportunity which Safi has inherently is its cultural affability to the patients coming from Middle East. Okay, they found it comfortable. We have further augmented this by, the Middle East patients, they have particular food choices. So we do provide Arabic food. I don't know if many hospitals do that. So because we have a clientele which is predominantly from Africa and Middle East, we do respect their food choices. We have head nurses, we have interpreters trained in speaking Arabic language. A lot of our doctors over the years have learned a bit of it. So all this are specific to our hospital, where we have these opportunities being culturally relatable to them, and we have further tried to augment it. Similarly, other hospitals will do depending on the clientele which they get. So, and to answer your second part of the question, to improve their experience, we do almost everything under the roof what other hospitals will do, like right from giving them visa assistance letter to sending a car for or a vehicle for pickup, to foreign exchange, to giving them a food, helping them with the accommodation. accommodation in Mumbai is a challenge. It's a challenge we will discuss under maybe when we come to challenges of medical tourism. Uh, so accommodation. Then, okay, we also have a prayer room for them in the hospital. Okay, so when you bond with your patient at multi levels, right from medical care to language to cultural, similarities, the patient feels comfortable. And believe us, we get this 10% patients of medical tourism without any active efforts. It's just word of mouth. We do not have any offices in Middle East or Africa. In fact, a lot of hospitals, especially down in the south, have the established hospitals there. A lot of chains have their hospitals there. Some other hospitals do have their licensing center there. We do not have anything. We just have patients walking in to us with trust and faith by the word of mouth publicity, what we have achieved over the years by doing some of these things the right way, which they like it.
In the 8 to 10% of international patients whom you are serving, can you please highlight some challenges that you're facing?
Challenges, yes, of course. So I think Mr. Dr. Athia just mentioned that the pre-COVID numbers are yet to come back. So out of maybe 1,500 to 1,800 patients, what I was serving every year, we are currently again reaching 1,200. So still there is a shortfall of 20% because of a number of factors. One is that internationally, not only in India, we are competing with the international market. Centers like Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, Thailand, they are aggressively competing with us. Not only that, the countries like UAE and means Abu Dhabi and Dubai, from where patients used to come to us, now they themselves want to become centers of medical tourism. Their government has invested heavily, collaborated with partners who have invested heavily, like John Hopkins, Mayo. All these international groups have set up their centers in Abu Dhabi, in UAE. So they themselves want to become a center of medical tourism. I was fortunate to meet the Economic Development Board of Mauritius just last week. The patients were coming here, have been coming here. Now they are associating with us to develop their country as center of medical tourism. They want patients from Madagascar, from Reunion Islands to come there. So understand, all these countries who initially wanted to send patients to India or to Safi hospital have now woken up. If Safi can do it, if India can do it, why not us? Let us become the center of excellence. And our doctors in UAE and in who are the doctors? They are 80% Indians. Our doctors, okay, maybe not the cream of our doctors, because the cream crowd of doctors is still in India. We are fortunate; they don't go and practice there. But still, our good doctors, because we have a very good medical education system. So our excess of the good doctors are serving in those countries who have the money to establish infrastructure. So we are competing internationally. We are competing with rising centers who want themselves to become centers of excellence in medical tourism now. So although that is affecting our inflow, so challenges are there. In between, there were challenges of medical visa. Just before COVID, suddenly there was a rule dictated from Mumbai police that patients coming on tourist visa cannot get admitted. They have to first go convert into medical visa and then only come unless it's an emergency. So all such challenges do come in. Other challenges, what I can see, for not only for SEFI, for India to further enhance as a medical tourism destination is something linked to transparency in billing, transparency and uniformity in billing. Like, still unfortunately, we have agents and touts who catch hold of such patients on the airport just because they know the language well. They take them to a center which probably is not delivering, equally good quality of care the way some of our tertiary care centers are doing. Maybe they are overcharging them for a deficient quality of care given, and that in the long run, it's affecting the image of India and the city. Okay, like patients may be coming to Selfie, must be getting discharged and maybe going home happy and spreading the word. But such patients who are going on home unhappy because of such unscrupulous activities also spread the word there. Please don't go to India. Please don't go to Mumbai. And we all are facing the brunt in some way of such activities also. Another image which also needs to be improved in the in the mind or in the perception of foreign patients is the level of safety in India, the level of hygiene in India. So those are also some challenges which need to be worked upon. So I was just mentioning the medical tourism index. Countries, we are at number 10. Countries like Dubai and UAE are at number 7 and 8. Okay, they are ahead of us, although we are much more ahead in the quality of care delivery. They have good infrastructure, but we beat them hands on the quality of doctors. But they are ahead of us because of the perception. The index works on perception. Medical tourism works on perception. So they are ahead of us. And surprisingly, France and Germany are at number 11, number 12. Okay, so European countries who we feel are better than us in providing medical care are behind us in the index.
That is because of cost.
Maybe one is cost and one is the perception about, yeah, so cost perception, you are right. So perception is very important when you are dealing with medical tourism. So yes, you are right. So it's the cost. So we have got the cost right. We have got the infrastructure right. We have got the doctors right. So what we have to get it right now is safety, hygiene. It's the transparency in billing. Though my cost is right, transparency is not there. Somebody is getting duped. Okay. So all these factors collaboratively, if we deal with, okay, we will get our equations.
So very
further
indicatively,
right.
Saifi has highlighted all the challenges very well, and hope the action plan is also ready. It's good to hear so many challenges that you made the audience aware about.
To what sir said.
Yeah, please.
Sorry. So challenges, as sir said, why are we in the 10th place? The other countries who are from 1 to 9 have our same infrastructure, have good doctors, good medical personnel. Especially while we are doing this in a practical front, there is this huge focus that is given to the peripheral services. See, when a patient comes for a long-term admission, say for an onco patient or a transplant patient, they just don't come as one, they come as a family of 4 or 5. So what other peripheral services are you going to give to the other family members? So when you talk about my state, okay, there's a lot more to see. Culturally, there's a lot more to see. Tourism-wise, there's a lot. The other 4 members can also see, right? So importance on peripheral services. It can be food. It can be about how the local people are welcoming them. So all these peripheral services matter, which in turn changes the perception of how they are being seen. Because in the end, that's what matters, right? In the end, as sir said, these people have to go tell people in their country that, why don't you choose this place for coming to take treatment? So perception changes there, not just the way you're treating the patient.
See Kochi, perception of Kochi geographically placed compared to Mumbai, Delhi, and other metro cities where the medical tourism is highlighted?
We already have a pathway created from all patient and Middle East patient is via Kerala, correct? And the other tourism really helps. So I know people who come to centers like Amrita or Lakeshore for a 4 to 5 month onco radiation period where they actually come live in a place like Cochin for a while. So peripheral services really matter, as I said.
And just to answer specifically what he just mentioned, yes, what can we provide to the family who comes along with? Okay, so to address that, Saifi Hospital also, like, we have developed our alternate medicine department where there is homeopathy, Ayurveda. We have in on premises Kerala Ayurvedic Massage Therapy Center where all that Shirodhara, Abhyangam can be provided. So wellness, we have married with allopathy treatment to cater to other patients. We have a gym in the hospital campus where even the patient attendant can work out. So all these things are there. However, there is one challenge, one more I would like to add, which is specific to Mumbai. Kochi and Delhi, they beat us on these challenges. Accommodation for a patient who has to, or the patient attendant who has to stay here for long is very, very expensive. The cost of the hospital treatment may be comparable, but the cost of staying in Mumbai for a family, hotel or even a guest house or a service apartment far more exceeds the maybe the treatment cost. In Delhi, I've been told by our Iraqi patients that they can get a service apartment at 1,000 rupees per day. A service apartment. In Mumbai, even the guest house, which is a dingy guest house next to my hospital, will charge 1,500. Okay, so that's a big challenge in Mumbai we are facing. Another specific challenge, because we are in Mumbai, I am taking this liberty to highlight some challenges of Mumbai also, is connectivity. There are daily flights from Iraq or Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan to Delhi, but not to Mumbai. So connectivity and accommodation are two specific factors of the Mumbai market. So when we
And parallelly, we like to listen from Dr. Anupam as a CEO and a medical director, a double role play in regarding this. We like to listen some challenges regarding the medical person as well as the patient experience at your hospital and your experience also.
Yeah, so there are a lot of things which, of course, Dr. Hardik and Dr. Athya has completed. But I would again, shift the paradigm towards. See, look, I mean, so we are looking to the world, okay? We are looking to the medical tourism internationally. But what Dr. Khan has very well specified that, see, look, I mean, say we are looking something outside India, but there are so many patients inside India as well. Where do they go? I mean, say, see, look, I do understand that they look to us as a treatment kind that very very specifically and kind of we'll get the best of treatment. What Dr. Hardik has told. See, I was in the Gulf. Trust me, over there, if there's an Indian doctor, even the local citizens, they would want, if there's an Indian doctor, then we will show. Fine. So yeah, the expertise, no doubt, is the best. The Indian doctors are the best. In fact, who will treat the patient. They know about it. But well, I mean, I would say, kind of, if you say and see the Tata Medical Center, the daily OPDs which is happening over there, the daily number of load which is going to CMC Vellore. Well, they are Indians as well, okay? I mean, we as Indians have to think of our own country as well. And hygienicity is very, very important. Again, the challenge is what Dr. Hardik spells is not only for international patients, but even for the national patients. Even the relatives who come from Bangladesh or the other parts of the country to Tata or, they go to Vellore. My friends are there in Vellore. They say that, they have to spend their life in the footpaths and all, kind of. Where is the infrastructure for them? Okay, so these are very, very great challenges. And, when it comes to the, kind of treatments like cancer and all, it's really something different. Well, but for other cases, we have to think about the infrastructure. We have to think about if I have a patient, like I recently had a patient, and the patient was very, very bad, in fact, very bad. And at the end, they thought that they want to take them to Bengal. So they were just thinking about the funds, that where they will arrange for the funds. So funds is very, very difficult at times. There is no infrastructure which can be, people as well. People, they know. I'm here in this industry from last 24 years. I've worked in medical college, university hospitals, handled 1,500 beds, which is one of the biggest of the hospitals in Mumbai. I've handled premier hospitals, okay, which is 300 plus beds in South Mumbai. Okay, I've handled private hospitals, and I've been in the Gulf as well. So I have a varied variety and experience of things. I was in Africa as well with some medical centers in my previous days. So I have seen a lot of things, and we as a hospital, as healthcare, we have to somewhere come together and actually work out in both the ways. I know profitability is very essential and quality comes with cost. It's very simple and everybody knows about that. Quality comes with cost. But we have to think about how we can be supported by the government, how we can build the infrastructure best to rule out these challenges, this hygienicity, food, the supper, the language barriers, and everything, so on and so forth. I think so. If we cater to these few things, I think so. For start off with, it can be really very good. And if we think of the monetary gains, our country has enough to give us back. Thank you.
Well said. And considering all these challenges, which are very important in the growing industry, is a nice expertise opinions given to all of us from these three people. Now, what I request Dr. Hidayat sir to focus upon his opportunities, challenges, and any solutions or advices regarding to the emergency medical transfer, which is going to be the need of the hour in medical tourism.
See, as I mentioned,
And a highlight on organ transplant.
Yeah. Organ transplant is absolutely a different topic altogether. Whatever, I will put light on that also. But for me, if we are talking, everybody knows the medical tourism is, everyone focus on international. But we know that more than 90% patient of Indian national comes from tier 2, tier 3 cities to metro cities. So we should have a very good backup for them. I have seen so many corporates who are not corporate hospital, tertiary care. They are not even 100% registered with Ayushman Bharat. If anyone who is coming in Mumbai, see any patient from, if any state has a 40 or 20 or 30 districts, if something goes wrong to them, if they are from middle class or higher middle class, they directly come to metro cities. So here they should get that kind of services. The second important is this is about the elective patient who will directly come. I will more talk about the patients who are on ventilator, who are on cardiogenic shock, who are in multi-organ failure. In post monsoon time, we get lots of patients of multi-organ failure, of ARDS, acute kidney injury. Such type of patient cannot transfer by road, or they require a skilled medical manpower during transfer, which we are literally lacking. Most of the death at taluka places are happening is because of snake bite, OPC, and post monsoon multi-organ failure because of dengue and falciparum malaria. So we should more focus on how we can save the life of such patients. Whenever you see the numbers in Delhi, in Maharashtra, or any part where there is a heavy rain, we get lots of things. So we should have some kind of a mechanism. Nowadays, there are so many ways of transportation. If we see, I should say it is a swift transfer. Whenever you come across, there has to be some mechanism by some private companies or a government of India in such a way that someone should click one switch. So he should reach at the direct person, and that person should assign a particular physician or particular paramedic to bring such patient 100% to the final destination. That way we can design a proper emergency transportation system in India, from Gram Panchayat to Taluka place to district place and then metro cities. So that way we can do. Now I will put light, as Mr. Chakravarti has mentioned, on organ transplant. We know that most of the movement of organ transplant happens in Gujarat and South India. But whenever there is any kind of organ transplant, everybody knows that it's a very time bonding process. If they have a donor in Surat and patient is in Mumbai, so someone has to go to Surat and bring the organ back. It should come back in 4 hours time, or it should be transplant should be done in 4 hours of time, if that much is the distance. Sometimes organ is at Coimbatore, or patient recipient is at Coimbatore, and we are getting organ in Ahmedabad. So it's a very difficult time for such. We do not have time, and it requires exorbitant cost. I'll give you a few examples. I recently transferred one heart from to South India from Gujarat. It costed 22 lakhs rupees. Forget about the cost of the treatment. So this is the major challenges. If the patient is affording class, he can afford. But the patient who is from higher middle or middle class, he cannot afford such kind of a treatment. I'll highlight one more example of a patient which we shifted from Amman to Ahmedabad. Amman is in Jordan. That patient was on 24 liter of oxygen. When the family approached to us, he said the patient is on 8 liter. My paramedic has gone there. We have evaluated. It was early morning time. It was a chilled weather over there. We went to Jordan airport. The requirement has jumped to 27, 28 liter. And we were having a backup of just 8 liter. We have to come back. We could not do that transfer. After 4 days, again I planned that journey with a 23 liter of oxygen in the evening time. In the history, in the world, no one has done medical evacuation in commercial airlines with 24 liter of oxygen. We have successfully transferred from that government hospital, Amman hospital, to airport, then Dubai. Then Dubai, there was a 4 hours layover, and then we shifted patient to Mumbai, and from Mumbai to Gujarat we shifted patient by road with the 23 to 24 liter of oxygen continuously. So we are associated with lots of airlines, where lots of airlines don't provide the oxygen more than 4 liter. And the private charter cost was around 45 lakhs rupees. And we did in commercial 18 lakhs rupees. So that change we can do it. So when people are not aware basically that such things and such facilities are available in the market. I will give you one incident. One was an industrialist patient, doctor admitted with a brain aneurysm rupture at Bridge Candy Hospital. So they were trying for a charter flight. It was costing them around 2.5 crore. One of the doctor has approached me from Bridge Candy, and I have time. Okay. So, okay, 1 minute. Okay. So I approached, I evaluated them, and that lady we shifted to Boston just in 35 lakhs rupees. And that young lady of 29-year-old came back walking in a normal flight after 6 months, after getting neuro rehab services from Zurich. So that change we can do it in healthcare and organ transplant services also. We all know that the organ transplant is booming up. Now intestine started, pancreas started, limbs started, fingers started. Forget about the main organ of heart, lung, liver, kidney. There are many other transplant services started in India. So we should go educate the people and we should serve to humanity. Commercial will automatically fall in place. Thank you.
So consider all these challenges expressed by all the panelists as a collaborative platform. One sentence answer from each of you. Do you think insurance changes are required in insurance for making people affordability towards medical tourism? And is standardization required? 1 point answer from all of you, please.
Insurance changes in the insurance sector, you mean, right? Yeah, definitely required for international as well as interstate patients, so that the international patient will get coverage and domestic patient penetration should increase so that even domestic patients can get the benefit of it.
Standardization.
Standardization is a very touchy topic. I will say you cannot make the rate standardized, but you can at least be transparent. Okay, you cannot have a guest house and a Taj hotel room at the same price, but let's be transparent that this is available at 1,000 rupees, that's available at 10,000 rupees.
Dr. Anupam, sir, your comment on this.
Yeah, so about insurance, the first question, the first answer I would say is that there should be transparency, rather what he told for any other thing, there should be transparency in the insurance itself. Let me tell that first. Because kind of the ruling which is fallen on the other hospitals, while, see, I was in the bigger hospitals, smaller hospitals, mid-sized hospital, everywhere, but everywhere it is different rates. Why? If this patient goes to a A-grade hospital with the same doctor is getting this kind of a amount sanctioned, whereas with the same doctor to another hospital with the same category, let me tell you, NABH hospital, same hospital with a bigger category, but good room and all, has a different pricings. Why? That is not correct, because even at the end of the day, the doctor is expecting that, look, I'm doing the same kind of skilled work over here as well as there. Okay, the patient's affordability is of course of a different, structure. So that is why this patient is coming over here. But somewhere, the insurance has to understand that, look, this price, so the doctor really requires, and we should give that skill. We are basically giving the price to that skill which is going to do. Okay, number one. Number two, in the insurance sector, a lot of times we find like first approval goes, say the approval comes without just denying, because who has seen that case? Say somebody has seen the case who has no idea that why is the case like that given, okay, and he has no full idea of what is it about, and then starts the turmoil between the patient in the hospital and the hospital authorities. So the patient thinks that I am with a card, so I have to be cashless, and look, nobody should ask me a single penny, and say I am having a cashless, so the company should give me 100%. It doesn't happen like that. So the education given by the insurance companies is not adequate.
True. Well said.
See, that is very essential. And we people, we have to educate, and our citizens has to know that, they have to have that full knowledge that, look, it's not you who have to fight with the insurance company by queue. Why we have got a lesser approval? It's your agent who is getting the share of the premium amount should fight for you.
As you told, awareness is very much important.
Absolutely.
In this regard, transparency.
Absolutely. So awareness is very required. About standardization, yes, it is a very, very wide topic. Yes. Very wide topic to be said in such a small time. And a discussion is required, but a lot of things are happening. Okay. I think so.
Yeah, I request Aditya also to put a
point on NPP.
2 points on this, Aditya.
Sir said the process of the insurance should be well sort out. The agents tell them one thing at the time of them taking an insurance company. They don't know what pre-auth is. They don't know what copay is. In the end, that falls on the hospital's head. Starting from the time of discharge to when the patient leaves, this process is what they are conveyed to when they take the insurance policy is not what happens at the end of happening. The process should be better. Standardization, as I said, it's a huge topic.
And Dr.
I tell only one line. Organized insurance sector will take India a different height. That's it.
Yes. Thank you all panelists. With lot of challenges and opportunities, I think Voice of Healthcare will play a crucial role in making some initiative in this regard to take things ahead in medical value tourism in our country. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you so much to everyone on this panel for an insightful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti, for leading this session. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Mr. Chakravarti to felicitate his co-panelists. Dr. Hidayat Khan. Dr. Hardik Ajmera. Dr. Anupam Karmakar. Dr. Aditya S. Now I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal on stage to felicitate Mr. Chakravarti. Mr. D.S. Chakravarti. I request the dignitaries to please stay with us for a group picture. Thank you everyone for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a lunch break. Please feel free to take this opportunity to enjoy a meal, network, and discuss the topics that have been presented thus far. Lunch will be provided at the delegate lunch and speaker lunch areas. We will reconvene in half an hour, so please make sure Interplay of diverse expertise, resources, and perspectives offers a fertile ground for unprecedented advancements. Introducing you all to our next panel topic, Global Collaboration in Medical Device Innovation, Opportunities for Partnership and Collaboration. Please allow me to welcome our speakers to join us on stage. Please put your hands together for our distinguished panelists. Mr. Rajiv Nath, Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Device, and Forum Coordinator, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. Mr. Tetsuya Yamada, Managing Director, Amron Healthcare India. Ms. Anu Goduri, CEO, Priya Group of Companies. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Managing Director, Involution Healthcare. Mr. Sumit Agarwal, Managing Director, Midmark India. Mr. Abhinur Singh, Director, Kinor Orthotics. Mr. Sanjay Jha, Secretary, Voice of Healthcare and Director, HealthQ. Mr. Sanjay Jha would be leading this session. Over to you, Mr. Jha.
Good afternoon, everyone. So after lunchtime, I hope everybody's awake right now. Why don't we just stand up for a little bit, move a little bit around, wake up a little bit. Please, please. Thank you, thank you. So we have an amazing panel here. Okay. We are going to talk about global collaboration in medical device innovation, opportunities for partnership and collaboration. Okay. In this panel, we have amazing Indian domestic multinationals. Okay. We have people who are first in many things. Company which made the first cath lab, company which has done amazing things in diagnostics, in hospital infra, okay, in orthotics. So let's welcome this amazing panel. Innovation management has become critical for medical device companies to accelerate their product funnel as India has huge ambitions to move up the value chain in medical device innovation. They need to look at possibilities of collaboration to enhance innovation funnel. Indian medical device industry has made some good progress. In last decade, with close to 1,000 plus companies driving the industry northwards. If some of you had been part of the earlier panels, you would have seen how our export is growing faster than our import, which is amazing, amazing thing, given how our trend was in medical device industry. So with that, I would like to start this panel. My first question will be to Mr. Rajiv Nath. Sir, would you like to talk about importance of global collaboration in medical device innovation for India, and you have recently launched an amazing product where you have shown this example of collaboration, amazing example of collaboration. Would you like to talk about that? Like, how did you manage to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Jha. So, I believe very strongly in the dictum, by teamwork you can move mountains. And over the years, as HMD, we've built up relationships with various technology suppliers all over the world. Just as an example to what Mr. Jha was referring to, most recently, we added to our production line for syringes a product for syringes with a safety needle attached on top. We had seen various designs all over the world, and we knew how expensive they are and how unaffordable they are for the developing world, including India. No point of making a product which would be lying in the showroom and nobody's going to be buying it. So we created a brief, what we wanted. We shared with our designers in Germany and UK. They made a prototype, they rejected it. They made another prototype, rejected that. Made a third prototype. And for that one, we started making the basic, I would say, molds and equipment required for doing some kind of a clinical evaluation. The clinical evaluation was done in UK, USA, and in India. Companies like PA Consultancy in UK were involved. The feedback that we got was used to again redesign the product. And once the product was then redesigned, then we had to consult our downstream manufacturers, our suppliers who make the automation machinery in Italy or in Japan or in Switzerland or molds, and then take their feedback, what works, what doesn't work, because many times product design is not only about the healthcare user, it's also how easy it's to manufacture or how fast you can manufacture. If you have to make billions of needles a year, you can't have designs which are too complex and which will be running too slowly. They'll again make it too expensive and affordable. So this kind of cross-country collaboration between 7 countries and those engineering teams and communication across all of that with various iterations, it looks like a simple product, but it took us 6 years time period to achieve that. Of course, there was a 2 year of COVID also, which slightly slowed down things for a while, but COVID did not stop us. And such kind of collaborations help. Not only for this, all the products that HMT has in our fold, we've gone for the dictum OPT. OPT means other people's technology. Trying to do everything in-house, trying to do every R&D in-house is pointless if you have experts available all over the world. For any kind of process, any kind of product, you only have to find the right expert. Use his knowledge, pay him honestly. You don't have to go around copying people behind their back. We pay people royalties, we pay them the technology fees, we pay them the franchise fees, we honor our agreements, and they come back again to us with future ideas and better ideas and improvements. That is a kind of I would say, interdependability that you build up over the years and the trust over the years. And not only in the product, even in terms of processes and automation. So we have a lot of our own production in terms of making more than 15 million syringes a day, highly automated production lines. And not every machine is made outside or every equipment is made outside. We do a lot of things in-house. But our suppliers have trusted us to allow us to work with them and make that exclusively for us in-house in India, only for ourselves. Whatever money they can make from the machine, they get from the royalty, not from the machine. So it's a question of whether you want to make money from the hen or from the eggs that the hen lays. Thank you.
Very nice. And sir, when you're talking about the royalty, is it the royalty percentage of sales or?
Yeah, typically royalty would be in percentage of sales. It can be anything from 2% to 5%. They would like to have 10%, they like to have 25%.
Great, thank you. My next question is to Yamada-san, who is Managing Director of Omron Healthcare India. As many of you would have known or perhaps seen the Omron brand, especially in BP monitors, nebulizers, etc. Right? It's synonymous to BP monitor in India in many ways. And somehow this Japanese company has become this big in India. Okay, most of the household name knows of this brand. So the question to you, sir, is can you please talk about strategies for ensuring product accessibility and affordability in the Indian market? Because you have shown that how that is done.
Okay. So thank you for having me in this panel discussion. So we are actually more focused on the accessibility. And if you talk about the accessibility, we see that there is three directions. One is geographical expansion. So nowadays we are just focusing on the tier 1 or metro city. But of course, there's people who are suffering from the hypertension in rural area. So how we can penetrate to the tier 2 or beyond will be our challenge. And then from this fiscal year, we are challenged to the penetration to tier 2 city. And the another aspect would be product lineup. Nowadays, we are selling BP monitor and also nebulizer and also some of the ECG machine. But we are thinking that we have to expand our product lineup in order to provide a better solution to the Indian society. This is number 2. So the third one is innovation. How we can provide the innovation to the Indian society. So our strategy is very focusing on these three directions.
And if you look at the product line, for example, I remember us talking a little bit about your plan for future plan for India, because since right now the majority of the product is being manufactured in Japan, right? If I'm wrong, right? But you do plan to start manufacturing in India. Can you please talk about that?
Yeah, actually, our product is mainly produced in Vietnam at this moment, not Japan. But we are planning to have a manufacturing site in Chennai in 2025. So it's now under construction. So we produce BPM, a blood pressure machine in Chennai.
Okay. Cool. So my next question will be to Ms. Anu Moturi, who is CEO of Kriya Group of Companies. I still remember the days when she started setting up the factory in India, and she was going through lots and lots of ups and downs. Okay. Now over the time, they have built up a beautiful diagnostic company where everything is being manufactured in India, and supposedly the factory is amazing. I've been invited many times, but I've not been able to go there. So, Anu, question for you is, how do you or your company support Indian startups? You have gone through that phase, right? So how do you support Indian startups and entrepreneurs in the medical device industry?
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay. That's a very relevant question, given that we went through a lot of heartache, and you are very well aware of the heartache of starting up in India. So our goal is to pay it forward, right? To co-create a rich ecosystem to foster innovation and the startups thereby in the devices and diagnostic space. So this is an initiative that we actually started about 12 to 24 months ago, extending our infrastructure and our product teams to mentor, coach, whether it's prototyping or guide them with commercial scale, commercial production in the regulatory space. We've done a lot of work in this space, especially during COVID times. We extended our support to at least 2 startups in the life sciences space, where we actually help them create the prototypes, and we help them take it through a lot of validation, and then supported them through the whole process, and also guided them through the entire regulatory process within India. We have also done the same thing with, we also have a very strong team when it comes to creating digital platforms. So we extend our support in that space as well to the startups. That's what we do.
Wonderful to know. And as a startup, we have gone through the difficult phase where you need lots and lots of hand-holding. So wonderful that your company is doing that. Next question is to Gaurav, kind of a rock star to the new Indian startup ecosystem in medical devices. They have built they are the first manufacturers of cath lab in India. Kind of, they are the first high-tech medical equipment manufacturer, we can call it. So Gaurav, amazing job there. The question to you is, can you please talk about importance of global collaboration in medical device innovation for India and examples of successful collaboration by your company?
So thank you very much, Sanjay. You've always been very generous in your praise of the work that we've done. So thank you very much. So it's a very pertinent question. I think if we look at the medical device market in India today, we are under 3% of the global medical device market. So any Indian manufacturer who has hopes to scale up to become an international player has to have an eye on markets outside India, the 97% of the $500 billion odd medical device market. And there's a very pertinent second part of the question which talks about global collaborations. It's a very interesting journey because our whole company is built on collaborations. We first started, and Bureau of Indian Standards did not have a standard for cath labs. We collaborated with the government and proposed some standards. We proposed to them that they harmonize the standard with IEC standards. We defined some of those standards. Then we partnered with testing agencies like TÜV. They did not have the right equipment to test such a large equipment. We helped them design testing jigs to test this equipment. We tied up with AMTZ to build some electronic components for our machine. We've tied up today, I'm proud to tell you that we've tied up with over a dozen academic institutions in India and globally, including the Oxford University, Imperial College of London, KAUST, Saudi Arabia, Guangzhou University, Korea, Indian Institute of Science, IIT Delhi, Mumbai, to name a few. And through all these collaborations, when we started from about 3,800 odd sub-assemblies, we had 88% imported bill of material. Today, that's being brought down to under 40%. Wow. All thanks to collaborations that we've had with these academic institutions of excellence. We've also partnered with very large technology companies on the industrial X-ray side. One of our partners is the world's largest industrial X-ray company in non-destructive testing. So we've actually built a product and a company out of global partnerships. And I think for any Indian entrepreneur who has an eye on the global markets or intends to become a brand, I think today it's the era of collaboration and not competition.
Those are wonderful words, Gaurav. And so I've been looking at lots of licensing opportunities from trying to build a global collaboration in India. And what we have been able to achieve is remarkable because the time it takes to build that whole collaboration, which Mr. Nath also talked about, right, is a lot, but building that whole thing in this short time is really remarkable. So my next question is to Abhay Noor Singh, who is Director of Tyner Orthotics. Actually, I always had the impression that Tylenol is a very old company. Okay, I thought it's like 60, 50-year-old company. Okay, and I was talking to him right before this panel. And I came to know it's around 25-year-old company, 27-year-old company. And they are market leaders in India. They are startups, 24-year-old startups. They grow at 40% per annum. Okay, so big like for something like Tylenol. So Mr. Singh, question for you is, um, could you please talk about challenges and opportunities for Indian companies? Okay. Tyno Orthotics acknowledges the unique challenges and opportunities faced by Indian companies in global collaboration.
Thank you for the appreciation, Sanjay. Really appreciate that. Well, India faces some challenges. So, every situation has its opportunities and every situation has their challenges. So, India today is sitting at a spot, just like USA, just like other big nations. So, we are at a sweet spot for something, but for other things, we are not maybe, right? When it comes to innovation, the first thing that I feel that is demanded and the challenge is that the mindset of innovation in a regular Indian human being is kind of developing. We are evolving as a society. That's the first challenge that we face. And then the second thing is in this evolution, we are right now facing a challenge in first getting to the manufacturing scale, which the other brands or other nations have already established, let's say China. And the third challenge is then you have to make sure that the costs are right, right? And then you think about innovation after that. That's the usual process. However, I think in Tainor, we did it a little different. We're a very knowledge-based organization. The founder of the organization, Dr. PJ Singh himself, was a very research-oriented person. He's a doctorate, so you see. Now, the point here is the biggest challenge that we face is research is expensive. And today, Indian products have not been able to charge a premium for these products. If you think that we can charge a premium in India, then you cannot cater to a larger audience. And when we go internationally, then we have to compete with the bigger nations there. So these are the challenges that we face today. However, there are some things that we've done to kind of mitigate these challenges. So in order to bring scale, the first thing is that if we are able to bring the costs right, one thing that we need to do is kind of backward integrate. So innovation is not only required at my design end or my R&D or my product development side, it is also required for my suppliers. So when you collaborate with your suppliers, so global we'll go later on. Let's collaborate first with our local people. Give them this mindset of innovation, and then let's understand that there is some capability that is not there in India for now. Like we discovered that we don't have the knowledge base of the orthotic category, which probably in other nations would be there. So in France, there's a brand called Tuan. They are our partner brand. They have an equity in Tylenol, but this is one of the biggest brands of the world we are talking about, and they have a legacy of about 170 years. When we collaborate, the knowledge transfer that happens, and it's through various knowing and unknowing ways, really helps us evolve our mindset of innovation. And then we kind of stitch it well with the entire ecosystem. So today, India can be a low cost provider. That's the opportunity. So that's the reason we can give for others to say that let's collaborate to get the innovation out in the world. That's the space. We are the largest market in terms of population. We have most number of cases of all the diseases, let's say. So it's a beautiful test market. India is a beautiful test market for product validation. Then it is very cheap to do a product validation here as compared to doing it in the US. That's where we collaborate now. So we have to find these sweet spots. We have a lot of these sweet spots. In Tylenol, we've been able to do that. I hope I've answered your question as you wanted.
Yes, we have, and I think what we are talking about is cost engineering, right? how to ensure that we are still able to deliver very high quality product at significantly better cost.
Correct. And also, it's not only about product innovation that we're talking about. As we were discussing behind this forum, there is process innovation that we can do. There is channel innovation that we can do. I think the reason that we've grown in our market simply is channel innovation that we've done. Yeah. So I think a lot of innovation here and there can help us.
Amazing. So my next question is to Sumit. He's managing director of Midmark India Private Limited. Now, if you guys don't know about it, Midmark acquired a company called Janak Healthcare. So perhaps he's the only guy here, okay, where a US company, to my knowledge, where a US company came and acquired 100% of an Indian medical device manufacturer for their good quality, being the main key. Right. So, and over that time, then Sumit has taken over and taken the business to a whole different level. So, Sumit, what role does Midmark play in facilitating collaboration in Indian medical device industry?
So, thank you, Sanjay, for your very generous introduction and words. We, as you rightly said, it was a family-owned business which was fully acquired by Midmark Corporation, which is based out of Ohio in the US in 2014. So one of the first things in collaboration which comes to mind, we are a 72-year-old company, was internal collaboration. So one was to learn, while our product lines are very different than what is manufactured in the US, and we have a manufacturing facility in Italy and now in India, we collaborated on what is it that we can do on the manufacturing side. How do we implement something called the Midmark production system, which is part of the Kyoto production system, really bringing that in and cutting off the cycle times and implementing that and bringing more efficiency. So that was the first level of collaboration on a global level that we did. Look at our manufacturing plants across the world and see what we can do and bring to India. Second is we are a capex product, obviously furniture and barriers of entry are low, but we are always on the cusp of trying to push the innovation frontier. So we are working with academic institutions, predominantly in India, the ISDs and the IITs, to really look at what we can do on the innovation spaces. We are working with designers globally. We are also looking and working with architects at a global level to see what we can do in terms of providing more value for the space that is there. We have collaborated with companies in India to provide a holistic solution. So you could deal with medical furniture, but how do you also deal with general furniture which is required in a hospital? So that's a collaboration that we have established. With our suppliers, we are working on something called Bluetooth low energy devices to really track how our furniture is moving around in a hospital live. So that's something which we'll be trying to implement this year. So that's something which we are doing with Sheshashai, which is a payments company, but they have this offering which we are working on and collaborating on. We are working with another supplier of ours from Germany, which is, workplace injury in healthcare is common, and lifting patients or moving around heavy equipment is a problem. So how do you actually bring equipment which can be on a power drive? So it's just like you press a button and the stretcher trolley moves or the bed moves. So we are working with one of our suppliers of casters or wheels to see, and they're working with us specifically in Indian conditions. How do we take this solution forward in India? So when we look at collaboration at a global level, I have seen that we are collaborating more with Indian companies and some of our suppliers. But I think the designs, the way India is evolving is very exciting, and there's so much happening in the country itself that we really have not looked that much outwardly, but more inwardly, and we have been more, I would say, salient to our stakeholders and our customers by bringing those collaborations.
Wow, very interesting. So you are the perhaps first guy I've ever heard of where we are talking about integrating fintech companies' work in medical devices. So, Mr. Rajinath, my next question is to you. You are perhaps one of the most qualified here to talk about regulatory landscape in India. Right? You work as an AMED person. You work extremely closely with government. helping them with informing the next regulations, next guidelines. So could you please talk about navigating India's regulatory landscape and fostering partnerships domestically and internationally?
As far as the regulatory landscape in India goes, I think the collaborative or the tentative collaborative steps were taken individually by some of us over nearly 15 years back. The first learning ground for us was AHWP. It stands for the Asian Harmonization Working Party. This is a group of regulators and regulated in Asia, where they were trying to harmonize regulations within Asia so that things even like your initial submission of information to a regulator, what a low risk device, what a medium risk device, what a high risk device, or classification of devices into 4 categories. Simple things like that were the initial steps were being done within Asia. This was taken as a mirror image as what was being done by GSTF, the Globalized Harmonization Task Force, which was initially put up by USA, Europe, Australia, Japan. So the advanced countries who are having stringent regulations and some Asian countries having strict regulations were the front runners, I would say, for putting the trends for collaborations in regulatory movements in a harmonized manner. The Indian government and Indian regulator is still not part of the system. We are urging them to be part of the system, but as individuals and as companies, many of us take part in these conferences, many just take part of these interactions worldwide. We educate ourselves through these forums over there, and then we try to bring in what we've learned and pass on to the regulators and to the government over here. As a front runner to replicate CE, which was a regulatory method in Europe, we created with Quality Council of India the ICMED certification, Indian Certification of Medical Devices. In 2016, 15th of March, World Consumer Day, just 2 days to go from now will be the anniversary. And subsequently, we created, that was a quality-based management system. And then CMARC is not just about quality-based management systems, it's also about product. So we also created ICMED Plus, which would be products which would be qualified to meet ISO standards for companies who are already qualified to meet the global ISO standards on quality management systems. And it's not just QMS based on ISO 13485, you also have risk management 14971. You also have the essential risk principles for safety, compliance for that, and various horizontal standards, whether for sterilization or packaging, etc. All that is built into the ICMED certification system. The knowledge that was gained in the ICMED system and the certification bodies which got created and the auditors which got created and the interest that was generated in the certification system created the initial, I would say, the baseline for the Indian regulatory system to take off for allowing third-party certification to take place for Class A and B tourist devices. We are asking for it for all the devices, even C and D, but the government did not initially have the confidence, so they gave it only for Class A and B. We are still seeking it for Class C and D because internationally, that is the way forward. Even USA is now relying upon third-party certification like MD-SAP or ISO 13485. And everything the regulator cannot do by himself. They don't have the manpower to look after pharmaceuticals, forget about the vast medical device field. So this is the kind of collaborative efforts going forward. Now, how does it impact India and Indian manufacturing to become globally? Where's our vision for that? Now, when you have an ISI mark or a BIS mark, it has got zero value outside of India. I'm not going to get any client outside of India by putting an ISI mark on my syringes or my needles or my plates. But yes, if I'm able to show to a buyer that I make a product as per an ISO standard, it is tested at a laboratory which is NABL accredited to ISO 17025 standards, and the NAPL accreditation is part of the international accreditation system. The certification system is by a certification body which is accredited under the IF accreditation system. Then I'm going to get international respect. And on that basis, if India is going to sign a foreign trade agreement or free trade agreement with the Asian bloc or with European bloc or EFTA just recently, we can only do that for fast tracking our regulatory approvals based on mutual recognition agreements. Now, QCI has been able to achieve mutual recognition agreement for ISO 13485. Now, next step for us is to convince them to agree for also ICMET 13485. So once we are able to cross-map and able to convince them, we should be able to achieve that. Once we achieve that, it will be much more easier for us Indian manufacturers to reduce our regulatory approvals and cost of regulations. If you are exporting to Europe, the cost of regulatory approval for one product line can be anything from 10 lakh to 20 lakh rupees. If you got 4 product line, multiply by 4. For selling to USA, for a class C and D product, it can be that in crores of rupees for one product line by the time we go through the clinical evaluations and the studies and everything. So these are huge cost non-tariff barriers to enter the market over there. But suppose there is an MRA available, then you only need to go for a bridge audit. Then whatever has been done in India as the cost borne by the Indian system will be much, much lower, not in crores, but in lakhs. And then only the supplementary cost is paid for the bridge audit, which is the missing gap, which they feel we need additionally what the Indian system or the ICMET is not fulfilling enough. Now that's the kind of collaborative systems which we are going forward for. And for that, the certificate bodies itself that we've chosen and we're working with in QCI, people like UV, UL, Intertech, these are the people who have got fame and name all over the world and they've got respect all over the world. So we're working with the best to bring out a system which is the best. The challenge is to make the regulators realize that the voluntary system already which we created is the best. Recognize that, and unless we have that endorsement going forward, we can't ask international regulators to recognize us unless our own Indian regulator does not. So our challenge is not to convince the US FDA. I can educate an intelligent person more easily without a bias. Our challenge becomes to educate somebody with a bias in the system. Thank you.
I saw lots of agreement every time you said certain thing about, say, value of ISI, the role of Indian government. So everybody was exactly on the same page here. So good to see that. My next question is to Yamada-san. So Yamada-san, building on what Mr. Nath said, it will be amazing for us in India to see that Omron says, hey, we manufacture in India and sell to outside India. So our quality system needs to go to that place, and companies like you are surely going to help us in that. So can you please talk about the importance of global collaboration in medical device innovation for India and examples of success collaborations?
Yes, thank you for Sanjay. So actually, before answering for your question, I want to start from our corporate vision, which is going for zero. This is very big vision, big dream for us. What it means by that is that we want to achieve zero cardiac event. And also, we also want to achieve zero exacerbation of respiratory disease. And then I want to just introduce cardiac, area. What we did the collaboration with internationally and also locally here in India. So we started selling blood pressure monitor since 1973. So it's been almost 50 years we are selling digital BP. And then why we are starting from the hypertension management is that hypertension is one of the risk factor for the future stroke. So there is a clinical study shows if the patient have hypertension, most likely 3.4 times they have a higher risk of the stroke in the future. But as you know, hypertension is a chronic disease. It's not acute. So even the patient having a hypertension, they don't know when this stroke will happen. Maybe 5 years later or 10 years later. So in order to achieve going for zero, we think that this is not enough. Then we noticed that there is one more biggest risk factor for the stroke. And then it comes to much shorter period, which is atrial fibrillation, so-called AFib. Then we started to procure our collaboration globally because at that moment we don't have any ECG technology inside. Then in 2017, we found at that moment still not so big. Nowadays it's very big company, which is in US, AliveCore.
Yes, yes.
So AliveCore is already, I think, famous in India as well. But at that moment, they are still startup company. So we, since they already have innovative devices, single lead ECG or 6-lead ECG, so we decided to make a capital injection investment on the company, and then we became one of the shareholders. And then we brought their devices to India market. And then when we come to India, and we noticed that only device is not enough. Why is that? Because AFib is not so common among the population. Of course, doctor knows very well, but population doesn't know about it. Then also there is another in India. There is a very limited cardiologist. Compared to the US and Japan, among the same population size, the number of the cardiologists in India is just 1/20. It's just 5%. So even we provide the devices, and then patient measure their ECG at home, and then they notice that, oh, I have some abnormality, but where I should reach out. So this is a problem. And then we start to seek the opportunity to collaborate with Indian company who are providing remote patient monitoring. And then we found out one very good company, which is Trico. Trico is a Bangalore-based company. They are already providing ECG, reading services to the clinic. So wherever the clinic, they don't have a specialist. So the doctor or physician cannot, have a confidence to read or interpret ECG result. Then this Trico care team can provide a report to the clinic.
Okay.
So they are kind of providing services. But we also noticed that if the patient comes to the clinic, and then fortunately they have atrial fibrillation at that clinic, then if they found out it, then maybe medication or treatment will start. But atrial fibrillation is not occurring so frequently or regularly. So most likely the patient at home, they have some heart issue, but when it comes to the clinic, they don't have no issue. They don't have issue. So we think that at home is also equally important. Okay. Since we, Omron, also AliveCore, having home monitoring devices, so we comes up the idea to connect home to the clinic and also Trico digital platform, so that all from hospital, clinic, and also home will be integrated. So that is our collaboration. Thank you.
Amazing. Good to see lots of good partnerships happening. My next question is to Anu. Anu, could you talk about what lessons has CreaMed learned from past collaborative projects in India? And do you apply these insights to future initiatives? Now, I do know that you had some very tough time in your first collaboration. So if you could talk about balancing it out, good things and bad things, that would be nice.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay, for that relevant question. Now, we've done collaborations at different levels. I would say that I would like to focus more on the collaborations that we've done specific to design collaborations, as well as technology transfer types of collaborations that we've done, which has been more, it's a lot more relevant to our manufacturing expertise that we currently have, right? I would say that some of the valuable lessons that we've learned is with our design collaboration projects. We've been much more successful with those projects, rapidly being able to rapidly bring it to market as compared to our complete technology transfer collaborations. I can resonate a little bit with what Mr. Nath said. Where he talked about his recent product, where it took 6 years to actually bring it to market, with the different types of collaborations that had to be done with the technology itself. So the lessons that we've learned is that when we do a collaboration where we've adopted or we've transferred technology specific to not just the product, but also with respect to the production technology, right? Process and production technology, that's far more difficult to incorporate within our manufacturing. That's for us, and specific to what we've learned. It's far more difficult to incorporate because it has several complexities related to skills and competency of the people who actually here in India, training them, retaining them, and also having the types of collaborations that we will need to set up with our supply sources that might be more specific to the transfer of the technology. So this has been a challenge for us that we've learned. So whereas with a design collaboration, we've had a lot more freedom where we've actually been able to utilize our own R&D and engineering teams to be able to create our own playbook when it comes to actually creating our process technologies, our production technologies, as well as ensuring that it is much more relevant to complying with the Indian regulatory framework and being much more applicable to doing less tweaks that would be applicable to the Indian diaspora, the population diaspora as well. So this has been our valuable insight. So if we had to do it all over again, we would actually focus more on design collaboration projects. And if we had to do the technology transfer, we would probably just do product technology transfer rather than maybe just take bits and pieces of the process piece of it, but more probably work more on developing our own process and production technologies.
That's very interesting views.
Yeah.
So design transfer is, as for you, is the way to go.
Sorry?
Design transfer is where you should be focusing more on.
Yeah, for us, that's been a valuable lesson because we feel like we felt like we would have a greater hand in terms of innovating on, just speaking to what I think one of the panelists talked about, I think it was Sumit who said there's a lot of innovation that's possible with production process, as well as, what we do from a production perspective itself. Innovation is not just with the product, right? So we felt that we've been far more successful doing that in-house rather than actually working from a collaboration perspective in the case of a technology transfer.
Wonderful. Thanks for those words. So my next question is to Gaurav. Gaurav, we have already talked a little bit about academic collaborations which you have, but could you please share more details on Indian and global academic institution collaboration with research organizations, and collaboration with startups?
So I think that's a very pertinent point for a country of our size, which produces perhaps the second largest pool of engineering talent in the world. It's disheartening to see, honestly, that there is very little that comes out of these institutions of eminence in terms of products or patentable technologies. The difference really here is in the industry interface. When we go to universities outside, they have a very, very active industry interface from the second year of curriculum. My son is studying biomedical engineering in London. In his very second year.
You don't look that old.
Sorry?
You don't look that old.
Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a glass of whiskey later. But so what is very different in that curriculum is that from the second year itself, there's a very deep industry connect. There is very deep industrial project management system, which we're lacking here. And having worked with about 7 IITs, what we realized is, for the first time in my 50 years, I realized that there's a fundamental difference between science and technology. One of the premier engineering institutes told us we only do fundamental science. What you're looking at is technology. We don't do translational research. For a country that has 80% import dependence, 64,000 crores in imports, that's a very elitist standpoint to take, or a very elitist position to take. I'm not criticizing, but I've said this at many forums, that I think having translational research and a very active industry academia collaboration is the way to foster innovation and reduce import dependence in the country. Talking about mentoring startups, I think a lot of incubators are doing some amazing work. You know, the generation is much smarter, and there are so many artificial intelligence and machine learning technology enabled solutions that we are ourselves working on. I think the way the disease is diagnosed today, we are in the cardiovascular disease area. The way the disease is prevented, is diagnosed, is treated, and is followed up is all going to be impacted largely because of these startups, some of whom we are mentoring and some of whom we are partnering with. So I think we are living in very exciting times in a very interconnected world, and I think that's the long-winded answer to your short question.
And thanks, Gaurav. So, talking about incubators, at VOH we have our own incubator, where we have in our first batch we have we are mentoring 4 companies, 4 startups. We are going to launch second VOH incubator batch by June, around June. Okay, so please approach Pinky and any Pinky if you have any startup ideas which you like to be incubated at VOH. So my next question is to Avadur, and Avadur actually he was talking about some of the things which we talked about right before we got here, right? So so your company emphasizes the crucial role of global collaboration in advancing medical device innovation for India. You have successfully partnered on initiatives that showcase the benefits of such collaboration. Could you please talk about those initiatives? Also, please look at it from the angle of the audience on how can they take on those initiatives for their own business.
Well, you know, there's some bit of luck to it. I would definitely say that. But definitely there are opportunities.
Luck favors braves, right?
Well, I think luck comes in your life. It's up to you if you want to grab it or not. So while I think we have to be the ones who grab it. So I think we did that. We did, again, the collaboration that we're talking about here is a partnership with Tuon. So this brand is one of the biggest, 170 years old. And the first thing that we picked from them was the process, which again, you know, without a defined and a sustainable process, you cannot reach to any conclusion. And even if that's innovation, there has to be that defined process. Second part to that is competence. So we learned that, you know, getting the right people who have the right competence. So what is that competence that you need to do this kind of research is what we learned there. The third part was material competence. There were materials that India was not making. And now, you know, when we start making them, just because we have a partner in France, that's what differentiates us. Then we come on to design. Then we come on to, and I'm talking about processes all the way. And if we improve the process, and that's the process innovation, if you're getting into the place, it changes everything. Not only the process, then we have some technology transfer that we get for developing some product or manufacturing some product from our collaborators, right? And they also deploy some team members to do research in India. So it's sitting in our offices, doing research, collaborating with their concerned Tinor and getting products out there. So these are various ways we do that. But one thing that I would want to emphasize, and that's where industry academia comes in, these guys have figured it out, right? And we are figuring it out. So while we sit with them, while we work with them, it's a very simple thing. Let's get their process. And I feel here I would want to also, through this forum, want to recommend the Indian government, giving grants out and doing basic research and not translational research. That's the thing. So if you have a budget, let's say 100 crores, just putting a number there, how much are you allocating to basic research and what are you allocating to translation? So just for the audience, translational research would result into some functional product getting into the market. But basic research would give us some kind of patent, some kind of usable, not usable is a different thing. So if we want that, India accelerates this process, the funding has to go through the organizations. So the incentive should be to the organization to do research rather than a grant coming from the government to the research organization itself. So I mean, both are important. Let's do both, but let's not, let go the industrial side of things. And then we need platforms to do these things, right? And then the government also needs to measure the benefit that they have given through these organizations. What has that translated into? Has it translated into some kind of a product? And then there can be, other benefits that can be there. And we need to, we need to kind of also sometimes just copy some processes because somebody's figured it out. USA, Europe, a lot of countries, there are countries that have figured, Japan for that matter, have figured it out. We can do the same thing. I think, sir, you had a point here.
I hear you out, empathize with you, and we're already working on that. So we realized that collaboration between academia and clinicians is happening. India Biodesign Program, etc., etc. Missing is the industry part of it, and whatever is happening is going to startups and getting lost in something like over there. So from IMED, what we created is a industry immersion program, whereby academic institutions, we have designed for them to visit factories. Example, you have THSTI, Translation Health, something. It's on Delhi, Gurgaon Road. Very good institute under the Department of Biotechnology in Virat. They had zero idea what actual industry is. So we took them for a 1-week tour to the industry along Delhi NCR. 2-3 days in North Delhi in Sonipat belt, 2-3 days in Noida, Ghaziabad belt, 2-3 days in Faridabad belt, 2-3 days in Gurgaon belt, 2-3 days in Manesar belt. Expose them to all the 7 type of medical devices, small, medium, large scale industry, all kind of technologies, electronics, rubber, steel, you name it. So this is the kind of interaction going forward. I think that's going to be helping in a structured manner, because once they see the processes and understand, and I work on the steering committee on many of DST and DBT panels, I've been telling them, restructure your grant basing system, give it for copying and commercialization. Don't chase innovation. Imports can only be substituted by replicating them initially, accepted. And unless we follow that A, B, C, D, we can't go to E, F, G and making words. So just trying to make words is a non-starter.
I second Rajiv ji here. And I think that ABC is important. EF is then. You can't have EF before ABC. And I fully agree with you. I think even in Tinor, we established an organization, a sub-organization, which is called Tornado. So it stands for Tinor Orthotics Research and Appliance Development Organization. And we gave a fancy name to it as well, because that's the disruption it can cause. Then the only thing we started doing was putting funds. trust me, Sanjay ji, we've never been able to use those funds. And we just allocated a small amount. I mean, that was a pretty big amount, but very small from the budget. But the fact that we are first doing this, then we have the ABC in place. And Rajiv ji, I would also want to kind of initiate something where we say, oh, how can the government help us? I think if government can incentivize the organizations that are doing research and commercially launching, incentivizing commercial launches becomes a huge part. And if somebody like us, let's say I'm doing research, if they can kind of build in more fund or maybe kind of give me a tax benefit there, just giving an example of what kind of incentives can come in there. I think that policy will change the mindset. It's very simple. You place the buck and people exactly know where to go.
I think that's a very valid point which you talked about, Avanurji. In the interest of time, my last question is to Sumit. Sumit, how does Midmark tailor products to meet the diverse needs of Indian healthcare providers and patients?
Sanjay, we have been in India since 1951, so I think we understand the hospital environment. We understand our customers well and the patient needs well. So what we have done is we have innovated on many things. We call our product line patient positioning systems. So in that way, we have OPD products which allow for better efficiency. So the workflow can change just by the positioning of the products, and this is something which we have counseled our providers on. So that it can slash 2 to 3 minutes in the OPD consultation time. We are looking at ways in which the patient will spend the most time on a bed. So how do you actually collect data from the bed itself? So there are tools and mechanisms today when you're lying on the bed, actually contactless, you can gather a lot of the vitals, blood pressure is contactless, and sleep arrhythmia cycles, and all those that can be transmitted not only to the patient's caregivers, but also to the relatives. So this is another set of innovation that we have been doing. And this is something at a price point which is bringing value to India. And believe it or not, like if you look at our bed, which is the manual bed, is only if over a useful life of 8 years, it's only 6 rupees a day. To the most advanced one, maybe about 40 to 50 rupees a day, right? And we can provide all that. Even we are innovating and understanding at the mattress level what can be done, right? That allows for a better recovery of the patient. How do you reduce the average length of stay of the patient in the hospital? So I think furniture plays a big role in all this, and I think that's what we are doing, and we understand the market very well. So we are looking at a very finer points of how we can bring value not only to the patient in terms of their recovery, faster recovery, but even to the hospital in terms of operational efficiencies.
Great. Well, thanks a lot for wonderful comments, all the panelists. It was solely a learning session for me. Hopefully, it was beneficial to all you guys. We do not have time for questions, but I would suggest you guys, if you have any questions for the panelists, please take it outside, and please feel free to ask them. Thanks again.
I would like to thank Mr. Jha for wonderfully leading this session. I would like to thank our panelists for this insightful discussion. Now I'd like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Mr. Jha to felicitate his co-panelists. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal. Mr. Rajiv Nath. Mr. Tetsuya Yamada. Miss Anu Mothuri. Mr. Sumit Agarwal. Mr. Abhinur Singh. Now I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate Mr. Sanjay Jha. Mr. Sanjay Jha. Now I request the dignitaries to step forward for a group picture. I once again thank everyone for this session. Moving on to the next session for today. In the ever-evolving landscape of healthcare, effective communication serves as a linchpin for informed decision-making, improved patient outcomes, and enhanced public health. Recognizing the vital role of collaboration in amplifying the impact of healthcare communication, this discourse delves into the dynamic realm of collaborations in healthcare. So our next topic for today is collaboration for impact, cross-industry partnerships in healthcare communication. And without further ado, I would like to welcome our panelists for today's discussion to join us on stage. Please put your hands together for the distinguished panelists. Ms. Aditi Mehta, Director, Vaccines Pfizer. Ms. Siji Nair Paul, Head of Marketing, Women's Health, Bayer Zydus Pharma. Ms. Parul Sood, General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Zydus Group. Mr. Akash Kalp, Senior Vice President and Business Head, Mversity. Ms. Khushbu Sharma, Joint Director, Voice of Healthcare. Ms. Khushbu will be leading this session, and I would like Ms. Khushbu to take over now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Right. On behalf of Voice of Healthcare, I'd once again like to thank each and everyone who has been a part of this conference, which is a proud 8th edition of the International Healthcare Conference hosted by Voice of Healthcare. Now, like some of you, I've gotten a chance to listen to all of our speakers right from the start in the morning. And we've gotten a chance to have an amazing set of panelists. Most of them were like founders, multinational organizations, founders of indigenous organizations in healthcare industry of India. Now, when I look at the forums like these, when I look at the show of the Bombay Exhibition Center that we have right here, and being a growth and marketing professional.
Sorry to disturb you, Khushbu. I request everyone to be seated for our next panel, and the speakers who would like to network could shift to the speaker lunch lounge. Thank you.
So as I was mentioning, we have had a chance to have an amazing set of panelists, which is pretty much clear right in the networking discussions. So as I was saying that looking at such shows putting together and being somebody who has been into the role of growth and marketing since a couple of years and having a chance of having these amazing panelists who've been day in and day out making and ensuring that such collaborations happen almost on a daily basis, such an impactful collaborations happening. There's one thing that keeps in mind, and everybody right from the beginning of this morning discussions have impacted on the subject of global collaborations. And who better than all of you all can understand the impact of collaborations, the impact of cross-industry partnerships, right, specifically in the healthcare industry. So moving on with the discussions, right before we dive into the discussions, I'd like to request each and everyone for a brief introductions, but not without answering my first interactive question, that since all of you all are marketing strategists, if there was one hashtag that you'd like to give to your respective marketing strategy, what would it be? Starting from Akash.
I think for us, upskilling is a big upword, right? So hashtag upskilling, right? I think that's the watchword going across the country, and lots of work to be done there. So hashtag upskilling.
Yeah, Khushbu, I think I'll take the liberty of giving two hashtags.
Absolutely.
One is positively impacting lives, being in healthcare, and the second one would be being future ready.
Thanks, Khushbu, for that question. I think my go-to hashtag would be holistic patient care. Because today is all about including the patient's voice in what we do as an industry. So holistic patient care would be my hashtag.
Thanks so much. I think our hashtag is walk the talk. Put your money where your mouth is, where be patient centricity, innovation, R&D. Just deliver what you commit to.
Right. And I'm sure all of those hashtags are pretty much well used in all of your social media campaigns as well. And I know Pfizer does the walk the talk thing. Right. So moving into the discussion, I'll start with the UCG. Now we know you've been an advocate of women's health. You've been in progressively probably building a lot of collaborative campaigns around women healthcare. We're talking about intersectoral collaborations. Do you see any specific set of challenges considering the vast landscape that women's healthcare is, and considering the fact that it has its own distinctive set of challenges and roadblocks there? So how do you think intersectoral collaborations play a role in advocating women's healthcare and reaching out to the right set of audience? Over to you.
Thanks, Khushbu, for that question. Very relevant and not such an easy answer to it. I'd like to take up the challenges part first, as to what are the common challenges that are faced in the women's health segment. So, with almost 48% of the population being women, yet their issues are underrepresented. And a lot of issues that women face silently because one, either they are not aware or it does not get diagnosed. For example, I'd like to highlight two specific therapies wherein almost 43 million women suffer from heavy menstrual bleeding, any time in their lives. And an equal number, like 43 million, have endometriosis, which is pain during periods. Yet, many of them do not know that they have this condition and they are not diagnosed. Now, this journey that women has to take from knowing that she has an issue to getting diagnosed and then treated is not easy, because for every woman, especially in the hormonal issues or with women with hormonal issues, they would have their own journey that they would have to traverse because it's unique to them. And until they go to a doctor, they find the right doctor, they get the right treatment, there's a lot of time that's passed, and it's not easy for them. Yeah. So looking at these challenges which are there, I would probably rate the top three of them. One is awareness, because most women are not aware of a lot of health conditions that they may have. There are a lot of myths that are there. I would stick to this condition that I mentioned, that's endometriosis, that women think that it's okay or it's normal that they have pain during periods, and they would suffer from it, silently suffer from it. So awareness is one issue. Second is healthcare capacity building. So it's not just the doctors, but the whole value chain which is there, which needs to be developed further to address the issue from awareness to diagnosis to treatment to even adherence. So how can that be done? And the third issue is access, and I think it will be true for all the disease areas. But how are these three issues or these three challenges will get addressed is what the intersectoral collaboration would help, and that is the ask. So it would vary from, it's not just the government or it's not just the healthcare sector, which would work towards it, but a lot of sectors would have to come together, including media, including corporates, including patient support groups, women, their families, everyone needs to come together to address this particular issue. I'd like to address, or I'd like to just give a very briefly an example of one of the areas that's hysterectomy, which is removal of uterus, and that is one of the issues that our country is facing. And 50% of the women surveyed told that they underwent hysterectomy because they had heavy menstrual bleeding. And this heavy menstrual bleeding can actually be taken care with traditional therapies without going in for the most serious step of removing the uterus. So a corporate, the government, the media, one of the media partners, they came together and brought in awareness, including the healthcare professionals, the healthcare body. They came together to increase awareness, not at the level of patients, but even healthcare professionals to increase the capacity, and also at a government level. So with this, I mean, these are small steps, but this is a very solid example of how some of this can be addressed. And I'm sure this is being done in a lot of other disease areas. But how can we bring it? How can we enhance it further is what will make a difference, a huge difference.
Right, understood. And just one question, CG, you mentioned about the campaign about where you were very vocal about hysterectomies, to be specific. How impactful do you think was it in actually reaching it to the right set of masses? Because we are talking about the set of women who do not know. I mean, we're talking about tier 2, tier 3, or rather probably there's a tier 4. So how do you think the impact was there created regarding to the awareness of not undergoing an hysterectomy?
Yeah, Khushbu, yeah, this probably is a misnomer that it's only the tier 3 or tier 4 women, they don't know about it. Yeah, it's also women in urban areas, okay, where they don't know, rightly so, because there's not much information that's available, that it's not okay to remove the uterus because there are a lot of challenges that women may face later in life. Yeah. This will come to them only if the information reaches them. And there are various factors why women get hysterectomy done. I mean, obviously there are reasons which cannot be avoided, where hysterectomies cannot be avoided. But for those areas where hysterectomy can be avoided, it would range from, maybe what the doctors have shared with them, or they don't know what will be the future implication of getting the uterus removed. In tier 2, tier 3 cities, it is about employment, that if they are bleeding, they can't work, right? So therefore, they've been also advised to remove their uterus, especially in the sugarcane belt, because, they can't have 4-5 days, or maybe, they're bleeding, maybe 15 days, they can't be off work. So they've been asked to remove the uterus before they come here. So from an impact perspective, it will be a lot of things needs to be done. Social media is definitely one media where it can help. But government, okay, the government bodies who can bring in that awareness at the employment level also will make a difference.
I did read that article about that you mentioned about the sugarcane employment, that just to increase their work efficiency, they went under hysterectomies, which is very unfortunate, I'd rather say. But yes, I think governments, along with corporates and public health sectors, would align towards that. Yes, now moving on, Aditi, for you. What, according to you, is the role of intersectoral collaborations like such, specifically when you're talking about vaccine preventable diseases? Since you represent Pfizer's vaccines business, how do you think, the role of collaborations in context of prevention of vaccine preventable diseases for public at large or certain vulnerable categories? Moreover, how do you see effective partnerships addressing public health concerns, ensuring widespread adoption of such vaccines?
Thank you, Khushbu. I think a very relevant and prevalent topic, if I may say so, in today's context. I think we'd all have to appreciate the fact that if there is one significant public health advancement that has taken place in the last few decades, it's definitely vaccination. It has helped eradicate, control, and prevent the spread of a lot of infectious diseases. Now, one has to understand that there are certain infectious diseases that are vaccine preventable and some that are not. There is a lot of innovation that's being built into India's ecosystem as well as globally, backed by WHO, to treat the aspect of treating infections. But I believe that if there is innovation in vaccines where we can prevent these diseases from occurring to begin with, I think it's a complete disservice if access is not made available equitably to everybody in the country. So when you say cross industry participation, I think you need an entire ecosystem, you need a programmatic solution to be able to make sure that these vaccines reach everyone who needs it the most. What's most important to appreciate is the fact that when you look at the pediatric segment, so you have the government that's actively working towards it. So I don't know how many of you have heard about the National Immunization Program. So a lot of strides have been made in making it more comprehensive, and I think for the pediatric population, there is a lot of support that comes in from the government. But do you know that the elderly, especially 50 plus, there is this concept of immunosense. What that means is as you grow older, your immunity starts dropping. And there is this vulnerable cohort, the entire at-risk adult population, where there is absolutely, to all the points, Sidi, that you mentioned, there is absolutely no awareness, there is no support from the government. The industry is limited because we can't talk about disease and prevention of disease due to the, act, DMRA Act. So there is a lot that we can do together to be able to create a lot of more awareness on prevention. There are a lot of statistics, that I can throw out. I don't want to, but if you talk about lung disease, the mortality to lung disease, India contributes to 30% of this, and all of this, mind you, is vaccine preventable. So if you take pneumococcal disease, for example, and 95% of pneumococcal diseases lead to pneumonia. So, for layman terms, we talk about pneumonia. There is a vaccine that's available. It's one shot for life, and not at a cost that's prohibitively expensive. If you were to look at risk of hospitalization and therefore risk of mortality or complications or readmission, so that's something that's available, and I think it's not just about pneumococcal diseases. We have a lot of companies that now have vaccines for various other vaccine preventable infections, and I think collectively there's a lot that we. Since the topic here is about healthcare communication and there's very limited what we as industry can do with the general public, I think collaboration with government associations become extremely key. Collaborations with, like you said, vulnerable populations. If you take sickle cell disease, that's a priority for the government right now. How many people knew that sickle cell disease patients were 10x more vulnerable to pneumococcal diseases? So working with these associations, working on white papers, we now have a senior home care white paper that has been published by Niti Aayog, which kind of advocates the use of adult vaccination. Thanks to that, we have industry bodies, we have doctor bodies, doctor associations. So if you look at API, which is the Association of Physicians of India, they now finally have come out with harmonized guidelines talking about at what age, what frequency, what dosage should adults be immunized. because protecting them, especially with lifespan increase. So while that's a great thing, why burden the ecosystem and the individuals in terms of infections that can be prevented? So I think a lot can be done. The solution is quite simple, but this cannot take place without collaboration with government, industry, associations, HCPs, as well as patient groups. So I think that's a topic which is very close to our heart. A lot of work that we put in with the central government, state government, and a whole host, and it's all available online and in public domain. But just an appeal, please do speak to your doctors. If you fall in the high risk category, high risk is basically, asthma, chronic lung disease, chronic kidney disease, diabetes. Do speak to them because, one shot or a couple of shots, depending on what vaccine you need to take, can really protect you, your immune system, and the mental peace of you and your family. So please do take action and do discuss with your doctors.
Thank you so much, Aditi. Moving on to Parul now. Parul, we know that you have an extensive set of experience while launching innovative products and biosimilars and chemical entities. What specific challenges have you encountered while communicating these launches per se to not just the healthcare fraternity, but I'd say a broader audience per se? That's one. And what strategies have proven effective to make sure that these, again, reach to the right set of audience?
Thanks, Khushbu, for that question. Now, as many of us would already know, India happens to be known as pharmacy of the world. We are number 3 as far as volume is concerned, and number 14 on the list, I believe, as far as our ranking in value is concerned. While we have an excellent reputation for being, an exporter of high quality generics, I think over the last decade or so, India is also building up its image very rapidly as far as innovation is concerned. So a lot of research initiatives are being taken, by Indian pharma companies per se today, though it does remain relatively low as compared to what the MNCs invest, but I think it's been going up rapidly. Now, while you're launching innovative products and high-end molecules in the Indian market, it's not an easy ride. And especially if I were to talk of the newer therapy options that are becoming available now, whether it is the monoclonal antibodies, the CAR T cell therapy, the biosimilars, biologics, or even new molecules being developed from lab to market by Indian pharma companies, the challenges that one encounters along the way are multifold. I'd like to begin by highlighting the regulatory challenges, first of all, because that's the first roadblock that one, faces. While there's no denying the fact that for any medication to get approved, there has to be, a lot of studies, etc., that have to be done. But then the Indian regulatory system, I believe, has a lot of catching up to do with respect to speeding up approvals. Even today, I think way back in 2010, there were about 200 molecules being developed by Indian pharma companies, and a lot of them have still not seen the light of the day. There are hundreds of projects still awaiting approvals and clearances, etc. So I think that is one area where probably, the government needs to have technocrats as well on board, the regulatory boards in addition to the bureaucrats. That is one area. Moving on, after the regulatory bodies, when I come to healthcare professionals as well. Now, these monoclonal antibodies, biosimilars, etc., are very high-end molecules, not traditionally much in use in India. So even at the healthcare fraternity level, we've seen that while they're very open and welcoming to receiving newer therapy options, the usage experience is limited. And also, this market is something which is a very high risk but a high reward market. So while the usage has immense benefits for patients, it also comes with its own set of side effects. So, that education gap at the healthcare professional levels is also one area that needs to be addressed. And most importantly, when I talk of patients, now you'd understand that all these innovative molecules, because of the high cost of manufacturing and the complexity involved, they come with a certain cost. And in India, most of the cost for medicines is still an out-of-pocket expense for patients, which is where the resistance comes. Patients are not necessarily very aware about the potential benefits that these high-end treatments may offer vis-a-vis the traditional therapies. So while I've been fortunate to be associated with Zydus, where we've even launched a molecule from lab to the market, but I think we've found a way to overcome these challenges by working on a lot of collaborative projects, both with the regulatory bodies, with the healthcare providers. We've been very actively involved in, continuous medical education programs, etc., to make them more aware about the upcoming treatment options. And, like CG and Aditi both mentioned, a lot of work has been done, is ongoing, and yet needs to be done on the patient front in making the patients more empowered about the newer molecules, that are available.
We do have a segment of patient industry collaborations, and I'm sure that we have a lot to talk about it. If there's one thing that's common between all of your answers, CG, Aditi, and Parul, is that lack of awareness on ground level, on probably a regulatory level, and on a patient level as well, and on probably healthcare professionals level is one that you mentioned. Right. So moving on, Akash, you have a background for healthcare education and upskilling. Deviating to the topic, how do you strategically approach upskilling, specifically in the allied healthcare space? That's one, making sure that you address the problem of limited workforce that's there in healthcare. And we'd be happy to also hear some of the intersectoral collaboration example that you might have had in terms of upskilling that makes sure that, it significantly shaped the curriculum, ensuring graduates are well prepared for the challenges that's there today. Over to you.
Thanks, Kushu, for the question, first of all. I think upskilling as a whole sector, right? When we talk about the whole India story, right? We talk about India growing. I think the biggest lever to India to grow is how can we bring a sector, which is the lower income sector, to a middle income sector. And thus the consumption increases and thus the growth story continues. So I think specifically coming to our space, which is paramedical, there's a lot to be done, right? We started working with various bodies, including UGC, including NCVT, including Paramedical Council, Healthcare Sector Skill Council, and we've understood why they all want to make progress. Obviously, there are gaps, right? Everybody wants to make good product out there and ship out talent. And where we come from, and when we kind of understood the market, we saw that there was not enough good content also out there in paramedical space, right? When we see these American shows and see that paramedicals are doing a lot of things, that equal parallel doesn't come to our country. And when we think of also hospitals, right, we think of hospital like doctors and nurses, but if you come really to a hospital, that's like 30% of the workforce, right? 70% is the back end, your lab technicians, your operation theater technicians, your hospital administration staff. And that is where we are preparing a whole force of people who will be equipped to do that. Now, the first part that we found out the problem was how do you create great content with the talent out there in the country. And we figured out that we need international help, right? We've brought in international bodies to help us create content which are at par with international standards. Because a lot of talent that we have here is also up and ready for export, right? There's greener pastures out there and people want to go there, and there's enough opportunities, but we've not been able to train them well. And that is where today, as we talk about various sectors coming, I think in our sector, government has been very, very active. The new NEP vocation is a part of everything that we do, right from 12th class to graduation and everything. So with vocation and credits being a part of it, I think government is actively participating. Government has created a body called NCVT, which is into vocational space and helping even healthcare with vocation to come across as a very, very important sector. And thus, kind of combining all of these, we've been able to create courses. But yeah, it is easier said than done because healthcare, again, it really impacts people. It's health and comfort and all of that. So you have to be very, very careful in how you create content, how do you create training, skilling, and other modules. So I think that all combined, we've been able to kind of create a model. Now to market it and bring out industrial play, we'll tell you examples like Apollo Hospitals has come out with a skilling institute. Today, Cloud9, right, a hospital which is very well known for
childbirth, right? They have brought in international talent to train the internal staff, right? And they have seen that not just revenues go up, but also the number of patients, the mortality rates, everything come down. So there are various collaboration happening over here. Industry is also very active. Government also wants to create a lot of workforce. It's just that we have to marry all of them together. So industry needs people, but needs skilled people. Government is ready to ensure that people get skilled. But I think various players need to come and collaborate and create that workforce that skills people to be industry ready. Yeah. So that's.
Thanks, Akash. And I'm sure with platforms like yours, we'd at least be able to address one common challenge, that is awareness among healthcare professionals. We are sure that via platforms like yours, we'd be able to do that. Moving on to the second segment, as I mentioned, we would be stressing on how patient industry collaborations are important to make sure that our campaigns reach out to the masses, to the right set of people. For you, CG, with a focus on leadership, innovation, and customer centricity, how do you make sure that you have the voice of the customer per se, voice of patient, in shaping marketing strategies, particularly in the sensitive education of women's health?
What I like to do is segregate the customer into segments. One is the patients, as you mentioned, but also the second segment would be the customers who are serving the patients. So entire value chain, which would be the doctors, which would be the support staff, the diagnostics, hospitals, okay? So all this. And also the patient support groups or their families for that matter. So if I have to start with, I'll just pick up two segments. One is the healthcare professionals. So it's very important to understand the voice of these customers. The reason being, only then we'll be able to serve them better. So for example, if I take an example of healthcare professional from a patient angle, counseling, okay, if there are issues that the doctors are facing with counseling, okay, what kind of support can be provided there, okay, so that the counseling gets better. It could be a counseling tool, it could be an awareness tool, it could be a communication that goes on out to the patient, which will support the doctor, counsel the customer or the patient better. And that will happen only if, you know, we understand the voice that's coming in. Okay, otherwise it would remain unaddressed. So that's one example. The second is the patient themselves. It's important because usually what happens is that when we go to a doctor, we get the medicines, okay, we get treated and that's done. But if you go deeper into it, the nuances are very, very different. I'd like to share one example. A woman, and this came out from the hearing the voice of patients. So a woman, you know, in fact, tried to take her own life because she was suffering from pain, okay, throughout her life, and she wasn't heard, which means she was going from one hospital to the other hospital, one doctor to the other, but just because the reports didn't show up anything, she was labeled that, you know, probably she's overreacting or she's imagining things, and the family also then wouldn't support, or they would question because doctors are saying there's nothing, yeah, there's nothing that she's suffering from, and yet the woman is trying to put this all together, like, you know, pain or whatever symptoms that she was undergoing. This for that patient was a real problem. Yeah. Finally, when she went to the right doctor, or maybe finally when it got diagnosed, it's a condition called endometriosis, which I mentioned earlier. And these symptoms are not easy to diagnose, or it's not a easy condition even for the doctors to diagnose. But her issue was real, right? And even the diagnosis brought in so much of peace to her that, you know, that it was not something that she was imagining, she was really facing that issue. Now that's one aspect of it. And then the treatment part, all that is a different, different journey altogether. So not all women need to go through this, right? If this story is known to other women, okay, they might themselves go and ask the doctor. or their families might be more open to support them. The healthcare professionals can be a little more, empathetic towards these patients or this condition. So, and this will all happen only if you hear the voice of patients. Now, the role that the stakeholders can take is how can this voice reach out to more number of people so that not many, patients, women in this case, go through the same suffering. Yeah. So this is, one example which actually can truly make a difference in the life of patients.
Thank you, CG, for sharing this example. I really hope that this at least solves one problem of knowing endometriosis, screening and diagnosis of endometriosis, and even if it helps one woman, I think our problem is solved. So, Aditi, over to you. We know that Pfizer has been known for promoting and supporting innovations in terms of drug development within the healthcare organization, but also for creating systemic efficiencies through startups in healthcare sector in India. Could you provide some insights into how these strategies develop and which specific strategies have you been finding successful in implementing such drug development innovations within the Pfizer?
Yes, you're right. So I think when people think Pfizer, they think innovation, they think breakthrough. But all of this doesn't happen by chance. It's a lot of structured thinking, money behind it, because they really believe that if we want to get breakthroughs that change patients' life, if that's our mission statement, then like I said in the beginning, you have to walk the talk, right? Say-do ratio needs to be higher. So the way we look at it, whether you look at the recent acquisition of Seagen, Pfizer was very interested in revolutionizing the way oncology is treated. Because we've seen that, oncology is not an end of life stage disease anymore. We have that many more patients living very, very well, good quality of life, lives. And that's a piece that we definitely wanted to change globally. So a lot of focus on R&D there. The other piece that at Pfizer we're looking at in terms of innovation is basically looking at the mRNA platform. It started with COVID, but it doesn't stop there. So very interesting concepts like dual vaccines. Why not put flu and COVID together? Or why not put RSV, which is a respiratory illness, plus COVID? So how do we basically make it easier for the community to have maximum protection from vaccine preventable diseases? I could go on and on, but that's the focus on the R&D piece. The other very interesting piece of innovation that Pfizer is looking at globally is how do we make our clinical research smarter and using AI and ML to fast track many of those approvals and make sure that the time to market is significantly reduced with our innovative assets. The other angle I think that you touched upon was the startup piece. So very proud to say that Pfizer, in association with Niti Aayog again and IIT Delhi, we've set up a program that's called Indovation. And what we basically do there is we incubate startups. And I think there was a lot of discussion in the previous panel where they said that there are some incubations which, then just kind of melt out somewhere in the middle. And that's why the whole thought when Pfizer partnered with Niti Aayog and IIT Delhi was that we look at late stage innovation and we actually incubate them to get them to market. So it's basically a 2-year program of incubation and funding of about 65 lakhs, which is offered to selected startups. And very proud to say that there is a startup who is now piloting a self-use cervical cancer test, which is known as CerviCheck. And I don't know how many of you follow Shark Tank, and you have a company called Pragmatech. So Pragmatech is a product of our incubation. So therefore, we kind of use that name because we stand here with pride. So about 34 startups as we speak are being supported by this initiative. And we've recently also signed another contract with Department of Pharmaceuticals as well as NIPO Ahmedabad, where we're looking at many more startups, but this time in the field of AI, ML, and track and trace. Because as we see that spurious drugs is a big challenge in the country, and what can we do to again affect positive public health? So that's our piece on innovation and startup.
Thank you, and many congratulations on the startup innovations that you've already had. Parul, for you, if there's one thing that I know about is that you've been an advocate of patient support groups, you've been an advocate of patient partnerships with the healthcare fraternity. How do you envision the future of the patient healthcare industry partnership and folding it to narrative and impact the healthcare of communication strategies? Additionally, we would be happy to hear from you a notable example of at least one initiative where such collaboration has played a transformative role.
Thank you, Khushbu. Building up further on what Aditi said, while a lot of companies are talking about patient centricity today, it's important to realize it's not just a principle or a buzzword. For us, patient centricity means that you actually prioritize humanity in healthcare. It's making sure that every decision, every action, and every innovation that is undertaken is ultimately to support the needs of those who we serve, that is the patients. And if you look at the patient of today, the patient of today is very educated, very empowered. When a patient today goes to a doctor, he's already done half his research about what disease he supposedly has, about what drugs could he possibly be prescribed, and there are times when patients actually question the doctors as well. This is one feedback we've received from the doctors. Now, all these are indicators that patients today want to be much more actively involved in their treatment journey. They want to feel empowered and they want to take decisions, that eventually impact them. As a company, we are, I borrow the word walking the talk as far as patient centricity is concerned. We make sure that whatever therapy we are part of, we take a lot of initiatives in actually making the patients aware about the disease conditions. Again, CG spoke about endometriosis, and one thing that stemmed out from that was that a lot of the problem is unsolved because people are not really aware about the magnanimity of the disease. So it's not just an endometriosis. I think across therapies and diseases, if you see, awareness is a very big challenge. Once the patient knows this is the condition and there is a treatment option available, there is a lot that can be done after that. So I think in the times to come, patients are only going to become much more important, incorporating their voice in every decision, whether it is at the industry level, whether it is at the government's level, or at the academic and the research level. Even in clinical trials, they expect a lot of participation. While in India, the concept of advocacy groups is not very common and it is still to catch up, I believe globally advocacy groups have a lot to do. It's these advocacy groups who are constituted by patients that work very actively in getting medicines, etc., included in insurance, making sure that their voices are heard. So this is one thing. And if I were to give one example, I would have loved to give the example of an Indian company, but I think Indian companies have a lot of catching up to do in this. They're still very episodic and narrowly focused when it comes to talking about patients. But one example that I can talk about is the Arogya Parivar program by Novartis. It was a program that was launched, I think, 1.5 decades ago, under which Novartis took this objective of reaching out to rural communities. So they had doctors who used to travel to villages regularly, screen patients. And on the other side, this was a social business operations model by Novartis. On the other side, they were also working on providing slightly affordable medicines, in common disease areas. Within 3 years, this program became self-sustaining. I think it's been running very successfully over the last 15 years and has impacted over 15 million subjects in the rural areas. So while this is just one example, I think every pharma company today is taking initiatives on its own, trying to partner with societies, government, global advocacy groups, and making sure that patients are now part of their decision-making process.
Because after all, patients are the biggest stakeholders of the entire healthcare delivery process. And the number of patient advocacy groups that there are now is tremendous. I mean, it started with one, I think, or two, but Abhi to I think there are many per therapy. So yeah, moving on to Akash. Akash, building on the discussion that we initially had, talking about addressing the current workforce shortages, I'm sure that you collaborate with a lot of healthcare industry leaders on a daily basis to co-create courses like such. How do you navigate the delicate balance between addressing the fact and meeting the immediate needs of the workforce shortages and ensuring a robust academic foundation for students who are aspiring to build their careers in it? Over to you.
It's a very tricky question. I think it's always difficult to balance the short term and the long term prerogatives. Right? For us, I think long term is a game that we would want to play or anybody would want to play because it's in the end it's healthcare, right? You need to be very, very sure of what you're providing. Second, we're also kind of working with a lot of students, young talent, where we want to have them a prolonged career, right? That's very important for us. Uh, but for example, we definitely I think one thing that we did with the research, we found out the biggest problem in healthcare workforce right now is bedside manners and empathy, right? As we all talked about, patients today with increased expense and everything around it, they want better quality, more empathy from the healthcare professionals out there. So, for example, these are our long-term goals, right? How do we create a culture of empathy across healthcare professionals in the country? But short-term things like, say, when we work with various companies who are doing pathological services, right? Even things like small things like collecting a blood, right? Collecting blood sample. There's not enough trained talent out there that collects the blood correctly and takes out to lab. A lot of reports that you get, surprisingly, are not exact because people are not trained well enough to take that sample to the lab. And today, as we all live in tier 1, tier 2 cities, we all want all of these to be happening at our homes. So that's how. So we are looking at balancing long term, which is a culture. In short term, we are doing courses. We are also upskilling the existing workforce, but it is easier said than done because the healthcare system is pretty strained out there. It's very difficult to keep going that upskilling route of existing talent. We definitely need to add more talent. So yeah, that is how we are looking to balance short term and long term. But as I told, very very difficult question to answer at this juncture.
Yeah, no, as I said, I think the amount of people, especially you mentioned about sample collection and blood, the amount of phlebotomists that we have now roaming around the city are too many. But sure, we are talking about training them properly because that again is a big word. With this, we are probably at the conclusion of this discussion. But before we part, I'd like to request everybody to answer a one concluding probably question similar to the one that I had in a start. Marketing, be it healthcare, healthcare does not come without its challenges. Now, you all have been very kind enough mentioning about awareness, about so and so things, but I'm sure uske alawa, there are n number of challenges that come on a day-to-day basis. If there has to be a leverage that you've all got, if you had to create one fictional superhero by your approach of healthcare marketing, what would its superpower be, and what problem would it solve? Let's start with Akash.
Again, very difficult.
Yeah, it's a superhero, so I think you could.
Yeah, going back to my childhood, I was very fond of this superhero called Captain Planet, which had 5 energies working together for them. So I think we need all these energies to kind of work together today to form that. So I think that would be my answer.
I would look at someone who can take all the issues away. Okay, so maybe like a magician. But I think more than superpower, we all need to be heroes in our own. You and me, we can make that difference in people's life. I think that's what is important.
I think I'd like to have a superhero whose one superpower is to empathize. Empathize with patients, healthcare providers, industry, everybody. Get together, all problems, and situation like a magician, set everything straight.
I don't know how many of us know this Wonder Voice. So basically, there was a superpower to understand and read the mind of our stakeholder, be it public health expert, patient, HCP, and deliver the communication that addresses that specific need, because everyone's level of understanding, where they're coming from, what their objective is, motivation is completely different. So if we were able to, just get that right, I think the world would be a much better and healthier place.
And our jobs would have been much more easier with that. With that, we mark the conclusion of this discussion. Thank you so much to all my panelists for this discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Khushbu, for wonderfully leading this discussion. I would like to thank our panelists for this interesting discussion. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Ms. Khushbu to felicitate the co-panelists. Ms. Aditi Mehta. Ms. C.G. Nair Kaul. Ms. Parul Sood. Mr. Akash Kalp. I would now like to invite Ms. Pinky Chahar on stage to felicitate Ms. Khushbu. Ms. Khushbu Sharma. I request the dignitaries to please come forward for a group picture. Thank you for this session. Let us now move on to the next part of this conference. By fostering collaboration among diverse stakeholders, including governments, civil society, businesses, and communities, collaborative healthcare initiatives aim to bridge gaps in access to essential resources and opportunities. Through a shared commitment to innovation, these initiatives seek to leverage technology, policy frameworks, and grassroots efforts to create lasting and positive change. So let me introduce you all to the next topic: transformative initiatives for equitable and sustainable access through collective action. We now have an interesting segment coming up by Dr. Sonali Gokhale, Senior Medical Advisor, India Cluster, Procter & Gamble Health Limited. Can we please have Dr. Gokhale on stage, please? This session will be moderated by Ms. Khushbu Sharma, Joint Director, Voice of Healthcare. Over to you, Khushbu. Right, once again, good evening, everybody. We have a special guest with us, Dr. Sonali Gokhale from Procter & Gamble. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonali, for being here with us.
Thank you, Khushbu.
So, the topic that we'll be discussing with Dr. Sonali is transformative initiatives for equitable and sustainable access of healthcare, specifically through collective action. Now, with Dr. Sonali's extensive experience, I'd request her to provide an overview of your role to begin with as the Senior Medical Advisor at P&G. Also, your involvement in driving disruptive innovation and digital transformation.
Yeah, firstly, thank you, Khushbu.
And it's an absolute privilege and pleasure to be representing PNG Health and speaking in this esteemed forum amongst such an august audience and panel. And I'd like to thank VOH and a special thanks to Pinky and the team for inviting me to be here today. And the question that you asked, right, what is my role? I think that's a great question. So when you look at my role as a senior medical advisor in medical and technical affairs at PNG Health, it involves a lot of influencing. It includes co-creation in terms of strategy. As a senior medical advisor, I work very closely across multifunction teams. An important aspect of my role is also to, engage key opinion leaders. When we talk about key opinion leaders, I'm referring to advocacy. We talk about therapy shaping, which is very important. And of course, looking for, those high potential business areas where we can look at growing evidence. That's also something very important. When you look at the role of a senior medical advisor in medical and technical affairs, I think one important aspect cannot go without being spoken about, and that's leveraging digital. So when we talk about leveraging digital, we try and see how to, increase the business impact when we talk about the science behind our products. And of course, it's very important to talk about compliance and ethics, which is our core DNA, and we want to ensure that this is being, followed. So this is a little bit about my role.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sonali. You mentioned about the role, you mentioned about specifically the role of digital transformation, but also would you help us navigate a couple of incidences or innovations that you might have come across at PNG that has in turn helped developing solutions for equitable access to healthcare? And further to it, your vision for future healthcare accessibility, your vision for the future of healthcare initiatives, especially in areas such as peripheral neuropathy, because that is one segment that you've been working extensively in.
Right. No, I think these are all very pertinent questions, and thank you for that. Let's break it up as there's a lot here. So the first one that you asked me is in terms of, digital innovation, right? So I think, we at PNG, when we look at the changing needs of our stakeholders, and when I talk about stakeholders, I'm talking about healthcare professionals as well as customers or patients or consumers. It's very important, that we keep in mind the changing landscape. And of course, we have ears on the ground. So what we have done over the last couple of years has been that we have made information more palatable. And when I talk about palatable, let me give you an example of one such phygital tool. And I say phygital because today we no longer talk about digital or physical, but it's both together. And this is 1 minute science with sense or OMSS. And I know the erudite panel before me was talking about education. They were talking about awareness, be it healthcare professionals or patients or consumers. And through the 1 minute science with sense, we have brought in bite-sized information talking about science to our stakeholders, which are healthcare professionals. The second I'd like to touch upon is our innovation in engaging and creating awareness and education on condition, which is peripheral neuropathy, through our innovative digital platform, Digital Nerve Care Forum, through nerve stimulating formats that included, not just case-based discussions, but also nerve talk shows, which focused on medical heuristics. So very pragmatic knowledge, that will really empower the healthcare professionals. And this is something that we have been driving, and I'm happy to share with you that we have reached out to a large segment of this community in medical. And again, when you talk about awareness, it's also equally important to create awareness amongst consumers and, patients. And we have been running these 360-degree holistic campaigns during the World Diabetes Day, where we talk about the language of diabetes. Because as you know, when we talk about a condition like peripheral neuropathy in India, one of the most common causes of peripheral neuropathy is diabetes. So it's equally important to drive condition awareness. The second that we have also been driving amongst patients is Ab Feel Karega India, which is a focus on, the symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. So these are some of the campaigns that have been driven. Now coming to your next question, right? And I think you talked about what is it that we are looking at in the future. I think for us at PNG Health, when we talk about innovation, it's something that is backed by strong science and deep consumer insights. So it is our endeavor to continue to strive to, really build a very well-informed medical community, to sensitize them with right information. And of course, we talk about continuing the knowledge exchange forums through the diagnostic, camps, as well as early diagnosis, which is a very important aspect when it comes to peripheral neuropathy. And then, of course, our activations are, across multiple touch points.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sonali. If there's one thing that's common in the last 50 minutes or 1 hour, that's talking about awareness and sensitization in the healthcare community. So thank you for that, Dr. Sonali. I think we have a presentation to proceed further. So
Yes.
I'd like to request to have Dr. Sonali's presentation on the screen.
Thank you, Khushbu. Yeah, am I audible? Yes. So Khushbu, I think the next panel is going to be talking about CSR, right? And just as a prelude to that, it gives me absolute pleasure to talk about PNG's CSR initiative. And I'd like to share with everyone in the next couple of minutes that when it comes to PNG Health, we are driven by our commitment to making a sustainable difference to public health in India. And one of its first flagship CSR program that I'd like to share with you is Sehat. Sehat is one of its kind industry initiatives that was conceptualized to extend support at grassroots level, thereby touching and transforming health. We also have a lot of partnering with credible, NGO partners. And again, you will all agree with me that when we talk about, public health, it's very important to look at the three aspects of, public health. We talk about capability, we talk about accessibility and interventions. And through our Sehat 9 bespoke programs, we have been addressing all these three. When we talk about capabilities, students, when we talk about capabilities, I'd like to touch upon Sehat, which is, focusing on students and student education. These students are from socially and economically disadvantaged communities. They're pursuing masters in public health. And I'm happy to share with you that we have been showcasing deliberate and successful efforts in achieving gender balance. The second that we touch upon is, of course, accessibility, where I'll talk about our Gift of Health program, which is across diverse demographics, not just children, but also elderly. And then third, of course, is interventions. In the interventions, I will touch upon a little bit about Swasthya Sakhi, as well as the Arogya Sakhi, and yes to Poshan. So I was talking about, capabilities, and through our PNG Health Scholarship Program, we have really been empowering and partnering with the Public Health Foundation of India, where we have been, at the helm of educating as well as bringing students to be able to pursue this. We've also focused on women in healthcare, encouraging them, which is equally important through our mentoring program for women by partnering with Center for Civil Society. And I'm really, really very happy to share with you that we have been running this across 3 pharmacy colleges across in Maharashtra as well as in Telangana. And the third is, of course, providing community support to villages in schools in Goa. So this is something which is very close to our heart. The next I'd like to talk upon is Gift of Health program, which is again for these, marginalized children, which is empowering them, and we are nurturing an environment wherein they can thrive, learn, and grow. And then, of course, the Gift of Health for elderly. Under Sehat, we continue to support mobile healthcare units, which have been deployed across Guwahati, Chennai, Puri, and Madhya Pradesh. And we have been able to, really provide the more than 22,000 beneficiaries through this mobile healthcare unit, and we have provided more than 50,000 till date free treatments. The next I'd like to touch upon is, of course, interventions. And when I talk about interventions, I would like to, focus on Poshan through the Swasthya Sakhi program. And I know that earlier in the panel, CG, you talked about, women and, talking about dysfunctional uterine bleeding or endometriosis. And I think it's very important to focus on maternal and child health as well. And through our Swasthya Sakhi, this is something that we have brought, to light, where we have 8 Poshan Sakhis, and we are focused on bringing the importance of nutrition through our Swasthya Sahayak program, which is actually a portable sized point of care, information gathering and diagnostics. We have been deploying this to seek as well as digitize health information of families by conducting diagnostics of pregnant women and, of course, referring the high-risk cases to primary health centers. Yes to Poshan is something that we strive to reduce severe acute malnutrition, wasting and stunting via through small dietary changes. I'm also very happy to share with you all about, a special nutrition recipe booklet that was curated, again, to bring about small changes, but that make big impact. And of course, our 210 Nutri Gardens, which are kitchen garden concept, again, to bring, the empowerment to the livelihood of female healthcare workers who are known as Poshan Sakhis. Maternal and newborn health is again very important to us, where we are trying to, offer accessibility to affordable diagnostics, which continues to be very important to us through our CSR initiative. The last I'd like to mention is Jyotej Jeeban, which is an anemia reduction project. And as you all know, when you talk about Northeast, this is a region that receives only 2.4% of the total CSR spend of the country. Lack of awareness and less accessibility to healthcare has been responsible for high anemia in this population segment. Jyotej Jeeban, which really means healthy living, is an anemia reduction project which we are aiming to help reduce anemia in the Bilaspara block of Dhubri district. So right from rural to urban, from children to elderly, we ensure to cover and touch all aspects of healthcare. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for a patient listening. Thank you, Khushbu. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gokhale, for such an informative presentation. I would now like to invite Ms. Pinky Chahar to felicitate Dr. Gokhale. Dr. Sonali Gokhale. Moving on to our final session for today. In the pursuit of a healthier and more equitable world, the intersection of corporate responsibility and healthcare initiatives takes center stage. This discussion unravels the transformative power embedded in collective action, as industries and corporations channel their resources, expertise, and influence toward initiatives that address the critical need for equitable and sustainable healthcare access. So, the topic for this session is CSR in healthcare, transformative initiatives for equitable and sustainable access through collective action. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists for today's discussion. I would also request the panelists to join us on stage. Dr. Pramod Kumar Sinha, Think Tank, Development Sectors, Entrepreneurship, Restructuring and Sustainability. Decades of professional workings at Government of India, PSC, MNCs,
Indian Private Sectors and Employers Association. Alisha, Executive Director, Credit Appraisal and CSR, PSC Limited, Maharashtra PSC. Mr. Prabhakar Das, Chief General Manager, CSR and SD, PSC Limited. Pranav Kumar Sinha, former Chief General Manager, NTPC Limited. Dr. Jayanti Shastri, Chief Professor, Center of Excellence in Research and Training